Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in the matter of proposed new rule 20.6.8, the New Mexico Administrative Code. The rule relates to supplemental requirements for water reuse, docketed by the Commission Administrator as WQCC 23-84. We are on the 8th day of hearing, and we have two public comment opportunities on the days that we are doing the hearing. This is the first of the two opportunities today. There'll be another opportunity at 1 p.m. and at 9 and 1 for each of the days we continue through the week. So just a few things about public comment. I will ask you to spell your first and last name for the transcript. I will ask you to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, and I will be timing your comments. We have to limit comments to 3 minutes each. In the event you have more to say than can fit into 3 minutes, if you'll send your written comment to Pam Jones, it will be included into the record as though it were spoken. Now, the hearing is being interpreted between Spanish and English. Lisa, would you like to offer a statement?
Good morning. My name is Lisa O'Grady. I'm here in the hearing room, and I am handling the technical aspects. Online, we have federally certified court interpreter Betty Zeman and state certified court interpreter Amelia Cardena.
Thank you. So I have half a dozen names here. We'll begin with Pastor Erica Lee Simca. Pastor, I believe you're on the platform.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear me?
morning.
Yeah.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Sure. Erica, Erica, Lee, Lea, Simca, Simka.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Erica Lee Simca, and I am a pastor, a parent, and a 2-time cancer survivor. In fact, right now I am living with chronic cancer and being carefully monitored by my oncologist at the UNM Cancer Center. When I heard about this proposal, honestly, I wondered if there was consideration or enough consideration about people like me, that is, people particularly sensitive to carcinogens and possible carcinogens in our own homes and backyards and in the state. Whenever I heard of the proposed action that we're talking about, I wondered if people like me had been taken into consideration, that is, cancer survivors and cancer patients, because we know that carcinogens are a significant player in the likelihood of cancer. It may not come up right away, but over an extended period of time and lots of interactions with those carcinogens, the risk of cancer increases. So if people like me are not being taken into consideration, or profit or convenience is more important than the health of people like me and the environment, I recommend that it be added to the budget, that there be a children's curriculum to explain this decision so that my child will understand. I am a parent, and my child will have to deal with whatever decisions are made by us now. I'm also a pastor, And in my professional training and my personal spirituality, the golden rule is essential: to do unto others what we would do unto ourselves, or to love our neighbors as ourselves. Every faith and spiritual tradition has some version of this. Mr. Rogers taught this for those among us who are purely secular. And so I ask you all who are making this decision to take into consideration people like me who are quite sensitive to carcinogens and already dealing with cancers, to the generations after us, including my children, and to our own sense of ethics and spirituality on how we relate to our neighbors, human, animal, plant, and otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emma Minks. Emma Minks.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
My name is spelled EMMA. So Elvira, Mary, Anna, and then my last name is spelled MINCKS, which is Mary, Indigo, Nancy, Charlie, Kangaroo, and Samantha.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. I wanted to come here to say that this is very important. I'm glad you are taking public comment, and I am also a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed with childhood cancer when I was 10. Every ounce of fresh drinking water is precious, and we cannot replicate clean drinking water or take it for granted. Once it is poisoned through radium, uranium, selenium, and other harmful compounds, there are no scientifically proven standards for treating it. No credible data exists because companies have not been able to show any safety. That is because these chemicals are poison, especially at the high amount proposed. They are not safe at any level, and the poison will come for all of us. There is zero benefit, in my opinion, to allow this to be
Ms. Minks, hold on 1 second, please. You were breaking up just now. Would you repeat your last 2 sentences?
Yes. I think so. Did you
Miss,
hear?
I'm sorry.
What did you hear last?
No, we didn't. You know what helps often is to turn off your camera. There you go.
Yeah. Is this better? Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I was saying is even Texas didn't want this treated waste. So I think it's worthwhile to consider why they don't want this treated water. I think also with my childhood cancer, that was caused from growing up hours away from a mine. The poison water still traveled as water does, and I was exposed to some of the same radioactive chemicals that would be included in the oil, gas, and fracking waste. I was diagnosed with a rare throat cancer when I was 10, and my parents were strapped with debt from my cancer treatments for years. If you give these companies an inch to interpret this ruling, they will take 10 miles. The law has to be more strict and be more clear because allowing willy-nilly water reuse from industry is not a viable option. Fracking waste will poison your children, no matter their location, ethnicity, or class. Don't sell New Mexico out. Don't sell your children's health. Write a better ruling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Minks. Joe Christian.
Hi.
Oh, hello. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Yes, my name is Jo, J-O, Christian, C-H-R-I-S-T-I-A-N. Ristian.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Thank you for taking public comment. I am coming to comment today as a resident of New Mexico for the last 27 years. I've been a resident of Santa Fe City and County, and I work with youth and families as a teaching artist and directed pardon me, a beloved local community arts organization for many decades here. I'm also a member of Northern New Mexico's Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I work in alliance with the Three Sisters Collective. I'm commenting today from the perspective of both personally as a parent and caregiver to future generations, and also as a settler who recognizes the need to listen to the voices of the Indigenous people who have and continue to caretake this land for thousands of years. Pardon me, I'm having like a major allergy problem, so pardon my voice. The local Indigenous communities are coming to you alongside youth leaders and environmental advocates because they all agree that this rule is not in the best interests of the land or the people. And I'm here to comment also, besides my personal comment, on behalf of our greater Northern New Mexico Surge membership, which is hundreds of other people who are expressing deep concern with the lack of foresight in this rule, which we firmly believe is not in the interest of current or future New Mexicans. We see produced water as a byproduct of a highly toxic and wasteful process that really should be brought to an end overall rather than given the green light. All of the produced water off the oil field, including any experimental, industrial, and demonstration reuse projects, should be prohibited unless and until proven standards exist for adequate protections for workers and community members and our future generations. We implore this commission to comply with the requirement that its rules are based in sound scientific evidence in order to protect public health and the environment. It is clearly evident that this rule, to me and to us, is a bailout of the oil and gas industry's waste problem. Instead of the state, the commission, you who are supposed to be representing the people, it feels like you're not holding the industry accountable for their waste or addressing the problem at its source, but rather you're helping them along by giving an extra solution. It feels like this rule authorizes risky and dangerous experiments to dispose of produced water through reuse, and any process that produces 4 times the toxic waste than the product it's creating is probably an issue that needs to be addressed right there and not just keep trying to find a place to put the waste.
Ms.
Because it
Christian,
will impact us.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marie Lindberg. Oh, you're in the room already. Yeah, either one. You'll want to press the button so that the button is green. Who would spell your first and last name?
Marie, Marie, Lindberg, Lin as in Nancy, D as in dog, B as in boy, ERG.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to
Yes.
tell the truth? Thank
Thank
you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I'm here to oppose the wastewater reuse rule as it has been proposed. No problem. This rule leaves the decision about what is safe for New Mexicans, our drinking water, and the water that feeds our ecosystems up to the gas and oil industries. It offers very little transparency for us to be able to hold oil and gas companies accountable or even understand the impact of produced wastewater on workers and communities who are exposed to it. In fact, there's very little research on this new way of doing things.
Ms. Lindberg, hold on. I'll stop your clock.
Yes.
That microphone seems kind of watery. Let's try that one. Go ahead.
Can you hear me better? Okay. Many of the chemicals in oil and gas wastewater are carcinogenic. Studies have shown that there is no safe level of exposure to some of these chemicals like benzene, one of the more than 1,100 chemicals and compounds that we've seen in fracking water. Loopholes in state and federal law mean we don't even know what most of these chemicals are. Only 14% of them have been even adequately assessed for health impacts. And some of them are PFAs, forever chemicals, which means they're bioaccumulative, as in they build up in our body and we can't get rid of them. They last for centuries in our environment. Yet the proposed rule contains no minimum standards for treatment, handling, or disposal of the waste that leaves the fields. Over the last decade in Texas, oil and gas companies have pumped at least 43,000 pounds of PFAs into more than 1,000 fracking oil and gas wells across the state. The EPA has proposed drinking water standards for only 6 of the more than 15,000 PFAs we know of. If the companies don't have to tell us what is in the wastewater, we can't rely on them to keep us safe. Workers will be exposed to the water and have no way of knowing what they are being exposed to. The rule includes a provision on spills, presumably to reduce our access to this toxic water, but it's to handle them the same way we have been. And there are already an average of 4 toxic spills from oil and gas per day in New Mexico. We don't have any means to hold them accountable, and they have shown that they are more than willing to use their power and money to cover up the facts. In 1979, an Exxon study commissioned by Exxon said that burning fossil fuels will cause dramatic environmental effects in the coming decades, and they buried that research. The science continued to come out, but we found 4 decades later was that they were conducting a systemic organized campaign by Exxon and other oil companies to sow doubt about science and prevent meaningful action on those environmental effects. And they're still doing that. We can't rely on gas and oil companies to keep us safe. We count on you to keep us safe. The commission should instead approve a clear rule that states no person shall discharge, dispose of, or reuse treated or untreated produced water off of the oil field, the least you can do. The department shall deny certification of any federal permit proposing to discharge, dispose of, or reuse treated or untreated produced water off of oil fields. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to.
Anita Amstutz, I believe I see Ms. Amstutz on the platform. And while I'm accepting Ms. I see her.
Yes. Do you see me?
No,
Hello.
I can hear you. Thank you. And while I'm accepting Ms. Amstutz's comment, if you are on the platform and would like to make comment during this session, please put something in the chat. So Ms. Amstutz, if you would spell your first and last name, please.
I see a picture for me. I don't know if you see me on the platform, but
It's better actually if we just hear your voice. It's better for connectivity.
okay, sure. My name is Anita, Anita Amstutz. A, M as in moon, S as in sun, T, U, T, Z.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm, yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you for taking comments. My organization that I founded is called Think Like a Bee, and we do advocacy and education around bee habitat and bee protection in the state of New Mexico, having successfully passed resolutions to protect bees in Albuquerque. Bees are critically endangered, and they're absolutely necessary for our food system. They are the canaries in the mine for human health when it comes to clean air, water, and soil. Native bees, which there are over 1,000 native bees in the great state of New Mexico, are ground nesting. They pollinate 3 times more effectively than honeybees, and they cannot tolerate industrialized or produced water or any byproduct of this industry near agricultural areas or even roadsides where they nest and pollinate native habitat. In the last century, we know that produced water and any waste from the oil and gas industry, as has been talked about by others, contains PFAS and heavy metals that cause neurological damage such as lung, bladder, kidney, and skin cancers. Elevated levels of radium and radioactive compounds migrate to sensitive body organs such as bones, liver, and breast. How do we know this? Thanks to endless studies that have been done by public health and medical peer-reviewed studies from Pennsylvania to Texas to Colorado to New Mexico that find that the risks are endless to human communities and all living beings. We are poisoning ourselves. So I ask you an ethical question. Why would we even hesitate to make strict rules that protect our water and ensure our health and welfare of all living life and our precious water? And in this high desert region, we are water starved, let's face it. So you as a commission have the power to create a waste rule that holds the oil and gas industry liable for their fracking, accountable to the communities of New Mexico to deal with their wastewater in a responsible way. Why would we hesitate to do that? Another moral question is, in a time of record profits, why would those in the halls of power, all the way to the governor's office, appear to be so far from not even to listen to the suffering of people and living beings that live and work near the fracking fields and this industry in the south of our state and also near Farmington? I ask you to do the right thing. It is the moral and ethical imperative. For centuries, those who went before us in New Mexico kept our waters intact, so we have clean water to drink in the 21st century. But I ask a question, will we be the generation to wipe out clean water? To destroy the land base that supports us? By bowing to the oil and gas industry who want us to forget that because they give us profits. They give us endless profits as well as profligate waste. So the people of New Mexico do not want toxic water dumped into any of our rivers, onto our agricultural regions, on our waysides of our roads, or in our soil. Water is life, as people have said before. It cannot be returned to its pure and pristine state. And we need water to sustain life on this planet and in this state. And once it is destroyed, it is gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole Martin.
Good morning. My name is Cole, C-O-L-E, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Yate bene Nicole Martin Yanisha Tachini Nishla Kiasani Bushes Chin Chisha Dushache Kiasani Dushanale. Good morning, everyone. I introduce myself in Dinapazad, which is the Navajo language. My maternal clan is red running into the water, and so therefore matrilineally I'm a water clan. I volunteer with Three Sisters Collective, and this morning it's been pretty emotional listening to the public comment because this is like real life. This is tangible. This is 3D. This is not something that's two-dimensional. And I hope that we can continue to see that this is our reality. Earlier there was a conference, a water conference, and there were Maori relatives from New Zealand that saw our water, that saw the Rio Grande, and they said, no offense, but this water is sick. And an Isleta relative told them their traditional word for the Rio Grande includes crystal water. You think about the generations it has taken for the Rio Grande to not even be the Rio Grande. And you think about water contamination. I attended college at Fort Lewis in Durango, Colorado, and I was there during the Gold King mine spill in 2016. And to see the water turn yellow like it was something out of a Willy Wonka movie was so disheartening. We're coming up on almost 10 years in 2026 that spill happened. The Animas River joins with the San Juan River up in the Four Corner areas where Farmington and Shiprock are. And those people, when the spill happened, didn't get help. They didn't get help for their livestock. We had to coordinate mutual aid to take them clean drinking water. I urge you to deny this proposal, to think about the future. You can't drink oil. You can't drink money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Is there anyone else? What's that in the chat?
Yeah, we just said.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer comment? Ma'am, come on up, please. I think that's the better microphone.
My name is Stephanie Camfield, spelled STEPHANIECAMFIELD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Start your 3 minutes.
I'm grateful to be here today on Ogopoge, the homeland of the Tewa people. Stephanie Camfield, Jehovah Gross. I'm Stephanie Camfield. I'm a Muskogee woman. I'm a clinical social worker in tribal and rural communities in the state. I'm asking each one of you to listen with your heart. There's science to back up what we're saying. My relatives have explained that this morning. And my sister just talked about the firsthand experience of the water being contaminated. Each and every one of us depends on fresh, clean, pure water for our health and our well-being, for our absolute life. I'm here today to support OWA. That's water in my language, and this earth, and each one of us to have a healthy life. For the little ones that are yet to be born, to be healthy. We have a responsibility to protect that, to ensure it for generations to come. The way this rule is written, water is going to be contaminated. It's already been proven. We have an opportunity to stop it right now. Like Nicole said, we can't drink oil. We can't grow our food with oil. It's not worth it. Nothing's worth it. We absolutely have to have clean water. And whatever you all do, I pray that you make sure that is primary. There's no safeguards to protect these oil field workers. You know, it's an unsafe occupation as it is. And now it's going to be worse. This produced water is hazardous waste. There's no way it can be clean. No way. So once again, Please remember, water is sacred. All our lives depend on it. Our children, our grandchildren, our communities, our elders, everybody. This water is a bioweapon. It's a bioweapon. And you have a responsibility to stop it right now. Maro.
Thank you, Ms. Canfield. Is there anyone else in the room here to offer public comment? The next public comment session will be at 1 p.m. today. Thank you all. We'll return to the technical case.
Madam Hearing Officer, can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to remind everyone that's participating is there are 3 types of water reuse that are contained in the proposed rule. Produce water, which has been almost the exclusive focus of the hearing, industrial wastewater, and municipal wastewater. I think it would be real helpful to me as a commissioner to hear how both the technical witnesses as well as the public feels about reusing the other types of water. Municipal wastewater, domestic wastewater, and industrial wastewater. So if you have opinions about that, that would be most welcome to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Nanasi? I believe we begin this morning with Ms. Nanasi and her witness, Dr. Van Gogh. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Sir. Good morning. My name is Marian Lanassi on behalf of New Energy Economy.
Sorry, I think we need you closer to the microphone. And the other microphone seemed to be better this morning, but
Do you want me
that
to move over there?
What do you think?
The witness is on the screen. I could just have a minute. Good morning, Dr. Van Gogh. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Could the hearing officer, Madam Hearing Officer, would you please swear in the witness?
Yes, Dr. Van Gogh, if you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
My name is Avner, Avner, Vengosh, Vengosh.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Nanasi. And doctor, if you would make sure that you are keeping your voice up.
I will try to. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's just a little, but it's okay right now.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer, may we ask the court administrators if they can turn this sound up, or is it up all the way? Okay, Dr. Van Gogh, did you prepare rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
I think it was because both of them were on. And New Energy Economy designated your rebuttal testimony as Exhibit 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in New Energy Economy Exhibit 6 today, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Can you please provide a brief summary of your professional and educational experience?
So first of all, thank you for having me today. I am a distinguished professor of environmental quality at the Nicholas School of Environment at Duke University, North Carolina. I'm also the chair of the Division of Earth and Climate Sciences as part of the Nicholas School of Environment at Duke University. I'm a fellow of the Geological Society of America, GSA, and of the International Association of Geochemistry. In 2019, 2020, and 21, I was recognized as one of the Web of Science highly cited researchers, meaning that many have cited my research. I have also served as an editor of the journal GeoHealth and the editorial board of the journal Environmental Science and Technology. I have published thus far 180 scientific paper, peer-reviewed paper in leading international journal, including, which I like to emphasize, 34 scientific papers directly addressing the potential impact of oil-produced water, flowback water from fracking, and their impact on the environment. So my qualifications are fully explained by my rebuttal testimony, which today, including my curriculum vitae, which is as part of my documented and also exhibit AV2, which are a list of the specific publication that have published on oil-produced water.
And sir, you served as the editor of GEOHEALTH. Is that correct?
Yes, I just been editor for that for the last 3 years.
And your curriculum vitae and your list of publications are respectively Exhibit AV1 and AV2 of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Could you please provide a summary of your testimony?
Okay, so for my extensive and long-term, I think over 20 years, research on the chemistry of oil-produced water and flowback water that's coming from hydraulic fracturing across the US and basically also in China, including studying the oil wastewater from the Permian Basin. I can clearly testify that the use of oil-produced water without adequate treatment, which caused numerous environmental effects and would contaminate soil and water by a wide range of organic, inorganic, which are metals, heavy metals, and radioactive material for decades to come. In addition, that would pose human health risks on the individual associated with all wastewater and the impacted areas. Numerous studies, scientifically and peer-reviewed studies, including my own research, which you can see in Exhibit AV2, have shown that oil-produced water contains elevated level of toxic of organic chemical, salt, very high level of salt, metals, and contaminants such as ammonium and radium nuclide, which are extremely toxic for the ecological system, which meaning they bioaccumulate into ecological system, and also obviously human health. In addition to direct contamination of water resources that could be impacted by spill or even discharge of treated oil-produced water, and that's very important because we have evidence in different states that even if you consider water to be treated, they still have severe impact on the environment. For example, high level of radioactive elements such as radium nuclide in oil-produced water induces risk for the accumulation of these radioactive elements in the soil in the case of using of the oil produced water for irrigation, or streams in the case of disposal of treated oil wastewater. And we have scientific evidence that this disposal of this even treated oil wastewater and has caused high level of radioactivity accumulation of the sediments in these places, in the outfall site in the river where the wastewater had been discharged. The treated wastewater was discharged because of the high level of the salinity and the high level of other contaminants of oil-produced water. And I would like to emphasize that even when we conducted the studies, we were like, I would always describe ourselves like being in a cave, in the dark, because what we are using, we're looking at specific contaminants, like I mentioned, radium, I mentioned ammonium, which are extremely toxic to the aquatic life. But there are many hundreds of other contaminants in oil-produced water that we don't know about it. We just recently have a study that showed there are PFAS component in wastewater that's coming from oil-produced water. So the level of understanding, even in peer-reviewed study that I was participating, is basically negligence many other constituents that are in the wastewater that from oil and gas production that we're not really aware of. So that's something very important to be when you move forward with the management of oil produced water. And specifically in the Permian Basin has been shown that it's contained all this level of contaminants that I mentioned, which they're released to the environment, no doubt, would cause environmental damage. Now, emphasizing the reuse rule that we are dealing here today, including ambiguous language like appropriate treatment for possible reuse of oil-produced water, without specification of the treatment method, and without including comprehensive management plan for addressing the waste that will be generated from the treatment system. This is something that the committee have to understand. When you treat water, you have two streams. One is what the clean one that generated as the product, but also you generating a waste. And the waste would contain orders of magnitude higher level of contaminants from the oil and gas. They would contain high level of salt, high level of metals, heavy metals, and high level of radioactivity. And in some studies that published recently, it has been shown that the actual treatment itself induces a new types of organic contaminants that were not generated in the raw oil and gas material. So all this waste stream, which is becoming extremely high level of contaminant, and in some cases will need to have a special license for disposal because of the high level of radioactivity, need to be managed and need to be addressed in any ruling for oil and gas wastewater. And so that's really important that the committee take into consideration. In a best case scenario, for example, when we're talking about desalination, such as reverse osmosis or other treatment method as direct osmosis or thermal desalination or membrane technology that had been mentioned in the literature, they all demonstrated that it would generate highly saline and high contaminated wastewater stream that, as I mentioned, would require special management and removal. The absence of clear indication of the treatment technology in the new reuse rule and specific water quality standard as condition for our ability to use and the implementation of the new reuse rule could generate numerous environmental issues, which would require high economical costs for future generation of these activities. And without specification of the treatment and the standard, this rule is not scientifically based. Without credible scientific data to base regulation on, any reuse application would cause undue risk. Any demonstration project or industrial project, so-called, that mentioned in the reuse rule would adversely impact human health and the environment and will cause impaired waterways to be destructive and for generation to come. That is kind of one of the things that are important, and I think to emphasize that we can back all my testimony with actual scientific evidence conducted in my lab and conducted for many other labs. So I'm joining a huge scientific community that has demonstrated those facts, and it's not coming from kind of specific or personal point of view. I think that is really important to emphasize. This is representing the updated science that we know about oil produced water.
Dr. Frangosh, before you go on, I want to just ask you about something that you've just spoken about, and if you could elaborate. You said something that I think is really important for the commission to consider. And it was about that there's two streams that result from any kind of treatment. One is, could you just explain those streams, actually, distinguish them, and explain the importance of having rules in place that govern what happens to the residual?
Okay, so when given the complexity of oil produced water, which contain, as I mentioned, a wide range, some people argue hundreds or thousands of organic compounds, a wide range of metals, heavy metals, and high salinity, high level of nutrients like ammonium, which is extremely toxic, and as I mentioned, radionuclide, which are extremely toxic. The treatment of oil produced water would require a wide range of treatment technology. It couldn't be one treatment that could be addressing all components. When you treat for organics, which has been the major major routine process for oil produced water, which was shown to be inadequate, they were aiming to get rid of the organic component in oil produced water, the hydrocarbons that we all know exist in high concentration in oil produced water. And what they do, they try to oxidize the organic matter, trying to convert it to CO2 that go into the atmosphere, and therefore they thought that this kind of treatment would resolve the problem. But evidently, because of the complexity and because of that many of the organic, I'm still in the focus of the organic, are very non-degradable, the ability to just oxidize them has failed. So basically, when we're talking about inorganic, any treatment of waste, and including domestic wastewater that we perhaps talk about it in a few minutes ahead, that's mentioned by the Commission, any treatment of water generate residual material, and that is the two waste streams that I mentioned. Specifically, when we're talking about inorganics, they are not degraded. They are removed from one stream to another. And when they remove one stream to another, you generate a salt, a high level of saline contaminated wastewater that is generated from the treatment itself. Now, the treatment itself, for example, let's talk about the very common desalination of seawater that is all around the world. So in this process, you take seawater, you convert it into a drinking water, but you're generating a brine, which is about 5 to 10 times saline than seawater, but because of the location near the sea and because of the salt has very similar chemistry of seawater, this saline stream is being back into the ocean, into the sea, and there are some debate about its impact, but basically this is kind of ability to reuse or to desalinate seawater because of the proximity to the ocean and ability to discharge the brine back to the ocean. But when we're talking about oil-produced water, which has the salinity to begin with 5 to 10 times higher than seawater, and then when you're doing desalination or any other method of treatment, you would generate this highly, it will be something like 20, 50 times of the salinity of seawater. And of course, the better treatment technology, meaning higher concentration of contaminant in the saline stream. And then and of course, the radionuclide, which already very high in the oil-produced water, will becoming enriched in those saline streams. So what do you do with it in the central part of New Mexico? You can obviously inject it back to the deep injection wells if you can, but you need to be sure that the management of this stream, it doesn't have any way to escape to the environment and have no way. Also, one have to be worried about the health of the people working in there because of the high level of the radiation that can be induced from this waste. So in any rule, any of the contaminants, and we're talking about a long list of contaminants in oil-produced water, should be addressed in part of the treatment method and should be addressed as part of what is the concentration that you expect to be in the end of the process to be able to reuse. And then at the same time, you need to address how you manage and work with the highly radioactive and highly contaminated stream that are being generated because of this treatment.
Thank you, sir. And could you tell us what the second main objection you have to the rule is, other than the fact that there's no scientific standards to back up this rule? What is the second major point you have?
Well, the second is addressing the testimony of being conducted by NMOGA witness Balch. Balch testimony argues that so long as produced water satisfies water quality standard, it should not be treated differently than other water. I'm saying that this statement is fundamentally incorrect. As you're aware, produced water contains a large range of toxic, organic, and inorganic chemicals, including radioactive material. Any of those chemical compounds are not included in the water quality standard, and that were designed to address primarily marginal water from domestic wastewater. Therefore, following the water quality standard alone would not address the risk induced from oil-produced water and would cause severe contamination and human health impact upon the implementation of this new ruling. We cannot, and that's something very important, I think, the message to the committee, we cannot lump together domestic wastewater rules with produced water rules. There are two very different classes of water, classes of contaminants, classes of treatment technologies that are needed to be addressed. And therefore, putting them together as the general term of produced water is misleading and actually a very kind of a dangerous path to move on.
In 2019, you had a master's student working with you named Curly Osborne, correct?
Yes,
She performed a master's project investigation under your supervision. Is that also true?
yes,
Can you tell us about that particular project?
sure. First of all, as part of my research, I have been the last 20 years that I've been in Duke University. I have numerous graduate students and working in my lab. Our lab is one of the most advanced lab in the US. We have a wide range of analytical tools that enable us to measure water chemistry, water quality. We also measure isotope fingerprint of wastewater. We've been working extensively on other issues related to coal and coal ash. That is a major issue in many states across the US, and basically develop what we call fingerprint, geochemical fingerprint, that enable us to understand and to identify contaminants. And it's important that to mention that Osborne, my master student, was part of this work, and she investigated the water quality of produced water generated from unconventional oil exploration in the Permian Basin. And she was looking at the treated water generated from a treatment site. And as part of the study, she collected 15 water samples that were collected in Chilipilipin recycling plant in Pesos in Texas.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Sorry to interrupt, but could you just spell the name of that
sure.
recycling plant? Thank you so much.
No worries. It's CHILTEPIN recycling plant in Pesos, PECOS. And
that's in Texas, right? In the Permian
Texas.
Basin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. So the idea was to analyze wastewater prior and after the treatment, which involved temporary storage of the oil-produced water in open reservoir. And in its managed with continuous treatment of aeration, and then put it into a pit. So the idea is to try to get rid of the organics in the oil-produced water, which is, as I mentioned, one of the common way of treating oil-produced water, but trying to get rid of the organic matter. The water sample were analyzed in my lab, Vengosh lab in Duke University, and we analyzed for major element and dissolved organic carbon. And the data showed that similar to many other studies, the Permian produced water is highly saline. It's about 1.4 times the salinity of seawater, with high concentration of ammonium. It's what we measured was 175 milligram per liter. Just to give you a concept, that the standard for starting to affect aquatic life is 0.3 milligram per liter. And we measure 175 milligram per liter, which is very common among produced water. We measure high boron, which 50 milligram per liter. Boron is important because it will affect plant. So when you're using for agriculture, it will cause toxicity for the plant. And this is a very important constituent that affect the ability for you using produced water. It will basically destroy any agriculture, and there is a lot of data and publication on that. And it's also contained very high concentration of dissolved organic carbon at 220 milligram per liter. The kind of ironic thing that the data showed that even the treated water that after this system was indistinguishable than the what called the raw water. So basically the treatment did nothing. And basically if you take this treated water and put it into land or reuse it, you would cause a major ecological damage and would contaminate it, severely contaminated water resources. So for us, this was like, hey, this is what we call treated wastewater, but in fact, we see that the treatment, the attempt for treatment is not adequate. In fact, it does nothing. And this is consistent with other research we conducted in Pennsylvania when people try to use oil produced water in domestic wastewater treatment plant and then discharge it into the river. And we found that the wastewater treatment that when you're using it for just domestic sewage, actually doesn't do anything for the oil produced water. It doesn't remove the salt. It doesn't remove the radioactivity. It may slightly remove the organics, but one of the another important point is that the high salinity of the oil produced water would damage the ability of any sewage treatment plant, because the bacterial composition of active sludge, this is the method used for treatment of domestic wastewater, would be damaged by the high salinity that is coming from oil produced water. So basically, introduction of oil produced water into a common wastewater treatment plant in New Mexico would make those wastewater treatment plants inadequate and would reduce the ability to remove the simple organics that we know that occur in domestic sewage. So those two streams of oil produced water, as first of all demonstrated that the common treatment of just putting them in an open pit and trying to have oxidation of the organic doesn't work. And basically any attempt in other states, as I mentioned, and using the wastewater treatment facility would cause major damage. And this is, again, demonstrated in those studies.
And sir, that information is in your rebuttal testimony, is it not?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Van Gogh, for providing a summary of your rebuttal testimony. Do you have anything that you would like to proffer in Sir rebuttal testimony, specifically as it regards the testimony of Mr. Tischler, who provided rebuttal testimony for NMOGA?
Yes, I've read Tischler's testimony carefully, and I have several comments. First of all, he argued that the NMED has not been scientifically justified for the prohibition of the reuse or discharge of treated produced water to surface and groundwater of the state. This is totally untrue because there are many scientific publications, and I can specifically the publication of my group, which are part of my testimony. I can highlight papers number 1, number 2, number 3, 7, 9, 11, 13, 16, 17, 19, 23, 24, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, and 34 in the list of publications that we published, and I apologize for the long list, showing clear evidence for contamination. And this is published in peer-reviewed scientific journals. It's not my personal view. It is demonstrated and it's being accepted by the scientific community. So this type of scientific base exists, and showing that the high salinity of oil produced water across the state, the country, and explicitly in the Permian Basin, that this strong science supported the simple fact that discharge of oil produced water without very extensive treatment would cause a major environmental and human health impact.
Before you
And
go, but
so-
before you go on, I just want to ask you, could you explain the difference? Like, what is important about science and the methodology that's inherent in science versus just sort of, oh, a little experiment over here or there with shoddy paperwork? Like, could you contrast that?
Sure. It's kind of, so when, interesting question. So when we work on different issues, like going to a site and seeing, oh, some people think that there is contamination of the water. What we do, we try to look in a very objective way. We try to eliminate any personal agenda, any personal thought. And I'm trying here in my testimony today to eliminate any issues about climate change, about oil, trying to focus on the fact. And that's what we're trying. So when we are, for example, there is a stream in Pennsylvania that people saying, hey, this might be contaminated by wastewater. So we go to the site. Typically, it will be a PhD student that all his life is depending on that. Typically, we don't get funding from any agency that is part of the system. We get it from NSF, National Science Foundation. They're trying to look for the science, not trying to have any agenda of finding or not finding contamination. And then we conduct, first of all, the field work. We collect water sample of the upstream, trying to characterize how the river look like. It could be talking about groundwater. So we're talking how groundwater away from any spill site will look like. And we characterize their chemistry, we characterize the isotope composition. We're doing very comprehensive work. And then we go to the contaminated site and again, analyze it, typically trying to analyze it over time and analyzing. So we're looking at also special variation away from the site, away from the apparently contaminated site. Sometimes it's easy because you see the pipe and you see the pipe discharging oil-produced water. So you measure that as well. So you can have the contaminated source. And then we analyze all those waters in the lab. It takes time. We analyze it for, as I mentioned, for salt, for metals, for radioactivity. Some other labs measure it for all the organic constituents. And as I mentioned, more and more studies are revealing more wide range of organic contaminants, very toxic, some of them. And then once we got this data, we start to publish it. And publishing it is writing a paper which is submitted to a journal. Many of the journals that mentioned here are the top journal in the field. The editor of the journal would have first evaluation of the paper, trying to see if there's no typos or there are no issues with that, and then it's sending to reviewer. Sometimes you get 3, sometimes you get 5, sometimes we get 7 reviewers, independent scientists who are looking at every sentence in the paper. And their role is basically to find mistakes, to challenge the text, challenge the authors in any possible way. And typically the paper after the revision, sometimes they reject the paper because the paper is not adequately satisfied them. In other cases, they send it back to the authors to have revision. And the authors have to address specific comment. And then it's kind of going back. And then after another round of revision, the editor have the authority to look at the reviewers' comments, compare them. Sometimes they're also biased and try to build the consensus and then accept or not accept the paper for publication. So this is a very tedious process. It's not as simple when you write a report, industrial report, that you writing it and submitting it. This is a process that is peer reviewed by other people. For example, if there are studies coming from the US Geological Survey, not only it's being peer reviewed by in the journal system, it's peer reviewed within the Geological Survey community. So they have another layer of evaluation. So basically, any paper that is published in a good journal, there are some other journals that they're not as good, but the top journals require a really a tedious kind of a process from which by the end I can comfortably say that this is kind of the way science see the different topics that we're discussing.
Thank you so much. And now if you could return back to your rebuttal of Mr. Tischler.
Right. The second point of Mr. Tischler was that domestic wastewater is currently treated and discharged in enormous volume worldwide, and therefore, why not to use that kind of produced water from oil and gas that are kind of similar. We know the constituent, we know they have biological agent, and therefore should be treated kind of equally. And that is really, statement is totally incorrect. I can give up to the number, the salinity or TDS of all produced water in the Permian Basin is between 30,000, which is above seawater, to a little bit seawater is about 20,000. So to about 200,000, 6 times of seawater in much of the Midland Basin and also in the Delaware Basin. Some cases up to 400,000 milligram per liter. This level is kind of totally different from what we're talking about domestic wastewater, which is about 1,000 milligram per liter in a really, which is 20 to 400 times lower than the salinity. I'm talking only salinity of oil produced water in the Permian Basin. The comparison between oil produced water that contain, as we mentioned, various mineral salts, different types of heavy metal, oil, and hydrocarbon, volatile and semi-volatile organic compound, that many of them are not biodegradable, unlike domestic wastewater. Radionuclide, ammonium, the hydraulic fracturing additive, and also PFAS, as demonstrated in a new study by Jiang et al. 2022 in the Permian wastewater, suggests that this comparison between domestic wastewater, which has a known and very, very low level of contaminants, cannot be compared to the chemistry, the complexity of oil produced water that we know the difference between domestic wastewater and the treatment that's required is not really coming close to what you would need to treat oil and gas wastewater, specifically from the oil produced water. The next point that I would like to mention about the testimony that of Mr. Tischler, he mentioned that other states, including Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, and Wyoming, have issued NPEDES permits for produced water discharge. And therefore, why cannot do it also in New Mexico? Well, this is a really kind of, I would make sure the committee is aware that in those states, the produced water is generated primarily from coal bed methane, not from oil produced water, which has much lower salinity, metals, and radioactivity, and much lower potential environmental and human health impact. And it's important for the committee to be aware that I published a book on that. I'm not trying to advertise my book in this comment, but the point that I'm trying to make that we have address all the chemistry of all produced water coming from coal bed methane. And we specifically for all possible contaminants in all those mentioned states. So I can clearly provide evidence based on the data that generated and presented in my book that the comparison between those produced water to what we are addressing here in New Mexico is totally incorrect. Another kind of points related to that, related to domestic wastewater, which I think it's an interesting thing that it mentioned by Mr. Tischler that reclamation of domestic water that contain more known and unknown constituent than produced water, which is totally neutral to drinking water standards, is demonstration the fact that technology exists can treat some source of produced water to acceptable level of reuse and discharge. This is really a misleading statement because there's no comparison, as I mentioned, between the chemistry of domestic wastewater that typically contain known organic matter in much lower concentration, nutrient and bacteriological constituent. And there's no comparison to that to the chemistry of all produced water from the Permian Basin. So I think this is a very clear indication that the notion that you say, hey, we have been treating wastewater, domestic wastewater, why not we continue doing it for all produced water is to say gently is misleading because we're talking about a totally different waste or stream. And just to mention to the committee that even domestic wastewater that has been treated generated the residual that I mentioned, what's called active sludge. And the sludge solid that being generated from domestic wastewater treatment is becoming a major environmental problem in the US. What to do with this sludge, which is enriched in nutrients and some and bacteria, and putting it as a fertilizer that been suggested and been tested in some state has shown to be devastating for the quality of groundwater underlying those agricultural sites. So even domestic wastewater generates waste, generated this what we call solid sludge, and challenging what to do with it. And we're talking about a totally much kind of lower concentration of salt, organics, and so on. So basically, this comparison and the notion that we know how to treat it is basically incorrect and wrong. I think I would stop here.
Okay, thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, on behalf of New Energy Economy, I move admission of Exhibit 6.
That was, I believe, Dr. Van Gogh's testimony.
Correct.
All right.
His rebuttal testimony, to be specific.
Are there objections? Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Thank you. It's 10:20. Dr. Van Gogh is available for examination. I don't know what your pleasure is about taking a break or not.
Yeah, I think this would be a good time for a break. We'll take 15 minutes and come back to commission questions at 10:35.
So Dr. Van Gogh, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, okay? Thank you so much for being with us.
See. Well, it's 10:35. Is Ms. Nanasi in the room? Dr. Van Gogh, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. Let's see, is Mr. Dodd in the room, perhaps? All right. This will be very short. We're just waiting for your counsel, Dr. Van Gosh, and then we'll begin the questions. We start with questions from the commissioners, and then we move to questions from the parties. Pam, you want to go look? You want to go look for Marielle? Yes. Ah, there's Mr. Dodd. Hi, it's time to cross-examine Dr. Van Gosh. Yes. All right. Let's begin with the questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Fry, do you have questions of Dr. Van Gosh based on his testimony?
No question. Yes, no questions.
All right. Commissioner Patton.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I have one or two questions. Dr. Van Gosh, you mentioned, is that too loud? You mentioned that there were studies that have been published related to new chemicals that were found in the treated water and that were not found in raw water. Is that correct?
That was one study that I have seen addressing the Permian oil produced water for specific treatment technology.
Okay. And is that study listed in any of your testimony as a
No,
citation?
No, I have not. I discovered it when I was working in it after the written testimony. We can easily provide that study to the committee.
Okay, that would be great. And just generally speaking, what was the nature of those chemicals that were found in the treated water but not in the raw water?
Sure. So it was, we're talking about organic chemical that where I'm trying to find it and to make sure. So there were organic contaminants that were defined as a chronic, some of them we call acute aquatic toxicity. There's some that it's a long list. So basically, there are mentioned that they in this paper, and again, it's not my study, so I'm trying to just be the messenger here. So it's not I take responsibility of that study, but it's important because it's kind of showing what we have shown before that. So that you could induce if one of the treatment it's called photocatalytic membrane distillation. It's in attempt to remove organic, and again we're talking about only the component of organic chemical within oil produced water. Doing this method, apparently it's a membrane that's going to have also my understanding, warming, kind of heating up the system, you generate a different type of those organic contaminants that were not detected in the raw produced water.
Okay, so most of these chemicals were volatile organics, semi-volatiles, something of that nature.
It is, yes, it is. We're talking all organics. There's no any, this paper did not address any of the inorganic.
Okay.
Commissioner Patton, just for the record, Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioner Patton, just for the record, it's already in NMOGA Exhibit 139.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Armstrong.
Thanks. Thanks for your testimony this morning, Dr. Bengosh. Your testimony, your rebuttal testimony concludes that without a scientifically based definition of the treatment methods and associated management plans.
Hold on, I'm sorry. It's coming.
Want me to slow down?
It's too fast and it's coming through a little muddle.
Okay. Your rebuttal testimony concludes with a statement that without a scientifically based definition of the treatment methods and the associated management plans designed for oil produced water from the Permian Basin, the reuse rule poses major risks to the environment and human health.
Correct.
With the revised proposed rule not allowing any discharge of treated or untreated produced water, how do we, and without the rule in general, how do we develop that scientifically based definition of treatment methods that your conclusion seems to state is necessary?
That's,
yeah.
Good. Thank you for this question. That's indeed, I think it is important that a very kind of a detail in when you ask for permission for reuse of oil produced water, one has to provide, I think, a very detailed understanding of what's in it. So you have to get, rather than you have to be very specific of the list of the organics and the inorganics, the metals, the salt, the radionuclide. And so first of all, I think it's what's in the waste stream. And I think it's pretty not clear at that point what are. So you need systematic analysis of what's in the waste, which right now I don't think it's totally complete. So you have to complete that. And based on that, one have to establish a treatment technology from which each of those contaminants is being reduced to the level that is not inducing any environmental and human health effect. And to be specific, for chloride, you need to remove it to concentration of less than 250 milligram per liter, for example, which is the standard for drinking water. For arsenic, you should not have level below 10, above 10 parts per billion, which is the drinking water standard. For ammonium, which is a major issue, you need to make sure that it's below the EPA standard for the aquatic life, which is 0.3 milligram per liter. So for each of the recognized parameters, which is a long list of the constituents in the oil produced water, you need to establish a standard, a benchmark, so to speak, from which the level can be, at that point, can be acceptable for reuse. And once you get there, between them, you have to establish what are the technologies that could be addressing that level. And it's pretty challenging task to be able to remove all the constituents from the starting point, which is the oil produced water, to the end point, which is the standard to be determined for each of the constituents. And again, to be aware that this could be a dynamic rule, because tomorrow another lab will discover PFAS or another constituent that was not aware before. So you can have the capability to be kind of dynamic and add constituents as you move along when you're having this ruling.
Okay, thank you. So you need to know what's in the water, and you need to know, then once you know what's in the water, you need to know what treatment needs to be done to get it down to an appropriate standard. The proposed rule from the department requires a notice of intent process that has been discussed during the hearing. And the notice of intent would require identifying the concentration of water contaminants in the untreated produced water used in the demonstration project or industrial project. Does that get to that first step of telling us what's in the water?
Yes and no. I mean, once you're doing a test in a field type condition, you are putting yourself, the workers, everyone in a bit risk. The last component that I was not mentioned, you need what do you, in this kind of program, what do you do with the waste and how you manage the waste? So in any experimental, and the experimental should be very well designed and not in a kind of a vague language, but have very specific indication of what constituents are going to be measured, and what level would be to reduce, and what are the treatment technology that's going to be addressed. All this should be very well designed, as well as what do you do with the waste after the treatment. So all that have to be done in a very controlled situation, that you know that if you go to the field and start to do it in a large volume of water, you're putting yourself into a risk that you actually can result in waste that you don't know what to do with it, and possibly damage. So you have to be very careful and making this experimental, either in the lab or in a very small control site that is could make sure that it's protected from the environment. There's no any way of leaking and so on.
Understood. I understand your research is not necessarily in New Mexico, but you've described some significant research that would need to go into identifying what the best path is to treating or identifying standards for water reuse. Is there, like, what authority do you have as a researcher, or would researchers in New Mexico have to do those types of experiments without NMED's proposed regulation?
I don't think that any researcher in New Mexico that taking sample at the lab and doing experiment would violate any rules. I think that should be that's not the question. So when you're doing experimental in your lab, you are any researcher may be able to do that. That should not be a restriction for scientific work, obviously. So, but I think some of the point that is important, we don't need to invent the wheel. There are very clear, there are some, for example, the EPA have a clear indication for what is the aquatic life risk for wastewater. So there are specific standards for what is the level of contaminants you're allowed to have a chronic, for example, disposal in some. So there are some standards, but those standards are not enough. As I mentioned in my testimony, you need to be able to tailor this because of the long list, because of the complex of the oil produced water. You need to build kind of a matrix of parameters of standard and known to the community, from which you can start to be used the truly treated wastewater.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Dr. Vengosh. Thank you for your testimony this morning. You talked about your laboratory and that there's been produced water research done either by yourself or your team in your laboratory. Is that correct?
Yep.
So the waste stream off of that research, how do you dispose of or discharge that waste stream? You've talked about two streams, the clean side and then the waste streams. How do you dispose of that in your laboratory setting?
So we are following a very, Duke University has a very thorough method of using a toxic material. So for example, the radioactive lab that we're having and measuring the radium is strictly controlled and strictly monitored by the Radioactivity Commission in Duke University. All the wastewater that's generated are being disposed into a designated location, including a radioactive designated disposal site, which have, so in the US, if you have, for example, talking about radioactivity, if there's a certain level of radioactivity, those waste, either solid or fluid, should be disposed in this designated radioactive designated landfill, which is designed exactly to receive those kind of material. And we are following very strictly the rules of that. One interesting point in many of our studies in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, when we arrived to a site when it was contaminated, the level of radium that we found in the soil or in the stream was exceeding the level of those the threshold that is required for disposal in those radioactive designated landfill. So in fact, all those sites that were impacted by all produced water, even treated or non-treated, basically should be defined as radioactive waste disposal site. But coming back to your question, in our lab, we were very careful that every waste that is generated is being disposed in the method that Duke is guiding us. And basically, it's going for a disposal site. The important to emphasize that when we're talking about organic material, eventually even oil, when you have an oil spill, the material will be degraded over time. So you can put it and eventually it oxidizes and you get rid of the organics, most of them. Some of them are non-degradable, which is a problem, like the PFAS that we're talking about. But definitely for metals and radioactive material, they are inorganic and there's no way they are degraded. They are here forever and the radioactivities continue to decay. So we're talking about thousands of years of radiation that can be generated. So, so that's why the disposal of waste from all produced water, basically, it's important to understand that the waste is not something that will be degraded just to put it in some place, a pit, and wait for oxidation.
Okay, thank you. This is a little bit of continuation of the questioning from Commissioner Armstrong. In your rebuttal testimony, you indicated credible scientific data is needed to base a regulation on. Is that correct?
Yes.
So part of this proposed rule before us deals with bench scale projects and pilot projects. So, and it seems part of the intent of this rule is to actually gather some of that scientific data that you're indicating is necessary in order to have the proper treatment methods established. But it kind of, from your testimony, we seem to be stuck in a catch-22 here. You're indicating we need the scientific data to create a rule, yet what's before us, part of it is establishing a rule that would allow the creation of that scientific data. So how does the commission handle that challenge? Because we're hearing two different things from technical testimony.
It's a great question. I think what, and I understand where you're coming from, and I think it's the point that I would like to emphasize that we are now, if we were go back in time 15 years ago when we starting to when we were start to look at the wastewater coming from fracking and oil produced water, or even 20 years ago, that was the way you define it would be correct. So we don't know anything, and let's do tests to see what's there and what treatment technology and all that. However, we are 2024, and there is a huge science already established on oil-produced water, including the Permian, and including the study that I mentioned earlier that conducted in your area. So I think it's important that the new ruling would not have an ambiguous kind of language of treated water, but should be very specific, should be already use the science that has been established. And that's what I was meaning. And I hope, and I do appreciate the committee kind of attempt to follow the science, and I believe you are. But the point that I'm trying to make is there is a huge of science already conducted. And the committee should use in the ruling the knowledge that is already has been established, and based on that, have a ruling that is becoming much more specific and much more addressed, for example, and also would address what are the outcome that you want to come out, because that is really important. Because someone can do a test and say, hey, I remove the organic from X to Y, but ignoring all other constituent, which would kind of miss the point of the committee. So I think the ruling of the committee for the new rule for reuse should already address the established science and established numerous studies. And I'm not talking about my lab, I'm talking about all over the country, people, researchers in New Mexico and others that have some knowledge, that have addressed. And my opinion is that you should use this science in one hand to address what can be the risk specifically. And then at another end of the rule should be what are the, as I mentioned in my other comment, what are the expected level that you should come? And this is, again, very important. Shouldn't be a kind of a treated water. Treated water means nothing. You have to be very specific. The level of arsenic should be below that level. The level of the total organic carbon should be below that certain level. And all that should be established already in the ruling based on the science that we know that those constituents will induce ecological and human health risk. So I think that's my point of how important it is to include the science that has been already established related to the potential risk and the treatment. There are many papers that have address different methods of treatment. All that should be included. And the test site that you mentioned should be already equipped to address the risk. Because the way it's written now is starting from zero, and you say, let's see how we learn to do that. So we know that many of the, maybe not all, but we know many of the constituents, many in all produced water. We know some of the methods of treatment that being published. All this should be included. So your ruling should be very explicit and very specific and provide the guideline for the people who are going to carry out this. What's in the wastewater? What are the possible methods to treat it? And what is the level you require to put those contaminants to the level from which you can consider to them treated or produced water? And that is missing in this reuse rule.
Okay, as a follow-up question to that, we've heard from other witnesses that have indicated for produced water in New Mexico, we do not know what all the contaminants are and at what level. So again, I'm back to what came first, the chicken or the egg. We're stuck in a hamster wheel here because we're being told set standards for the rule. We have other people telling us we don't know everything about the produced water in New Mexico, and we need to find that out in order to establish the treatment methods. So I hope you understand the dilemma of my questioning.
Sure, and I think it's a great question, and I think so I think there is the way I would address that is to first to evaluate or to summarize what we know, and then once we summarize what we know, we can focus on what we do not know about the constituents in oil produced water. And what can be constituents that coming with it. And for example, I would, I don't want to advise the committee what to do, but I would think, for example, having a workshop of something that invite all major researchers into it and build and try to build a document that contain what we know and what we don't about the oil produced water. And then give this as a guideline for in your experimental site, which again have to be very carefully monitored and address the waste that's going to generate from it, as I mentioned, but to be able to address, here is the parameter we know that are already established in the literature, and what here are a range of potential contaminant based on the evidence of the scientist community that you can get their input in this workshop or whatever method kind of procedure you would like to have. And from that, this test will obviously examine what we know, but also be aware to have a kind of a screening of potential contaminants that we don't know. So I think as a scientist, I think that would be the fair and way to protect and to ensure that you're doing the best way to do. For the non-contaminants, you already need to establish the endpoint. What are the level from which you would like the treatment to get? So that can be established again already for at least the contaminants that we do know exist in the oil produced water. Obviously, we cannot do it for the contaminants we don't know, but for those we do, those guidelines can be established already in this reuse rule. I hope that's address your concern.
Thank you, Dr. Van Gogh, Madam Hearing Officer. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Chair Thompson?
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Van Gogh. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
I very much appreciate all your work in this area. I have quite a few questions. Let's start. One of the statements that has been brought up repeatedly is concerns about PFAS compounds. And you earlier in your testimony, you cited a paper by Jang that was published in Journal of Hazardous Materials, a very exhaustive analysis of inorganics, organics, and they did, as far as I know, it's the only analysis of PFAS compounds in produce water. And you mentioned the paper, so do you recall how many PFAS compounds were detected and at what level?
So again, it's not my paper, so I'm kind of mention it. I need to look at the paper to give you this this result, the actual level of the PFAS level, and what kind of component, because as you know, PFAS is a wide range of component that were found. So I'm sorry, I'm not able to provide direct answer about this study.
That's okay. This particular paper detected 5 PFAS compounds. All of them were at concentrations below 1 nanogram per liter. In fact, most of them were below concentration as reporting level, which is, has to do with the analytical confidence. So very low concentrations. I don't know that that's a problem. And you also talked a little bit about reuse of municipal wastewater. And so I would like, are you familiar with levels of PFAS compounds in municipal wastewater?
Depends where. There are some discoveries in places in North Carolina, actually, where I live, that PFAS do exist in wastewater. It depends on the cycle of contaminants that coming from agriculture field into river water, which goes in becoming the source of drinking water and goes back into the wastewater and recycle into the treated wastewater. So it depends on sources of PFAS, and North Carolina has been a place where, because of the manufacture of the PFAS, they had a high level of PFAS being released to the environment and cause contamination and cause this kind of recycling of its material eventually into the treated wastewater, which go back in, which we use into that. I want to mention the treated wastewater. I've been working on it extensively, not on the PFAS, but on the other issues. And in many cases around the world, the reuse of treated domestic wastewater is problematic, not because of the organic, but because of the salt. And explicitly sodium and explicitly boron, which is a very toxic, could be toxic to plant if you reuse it for agriculture. So even in some places, they found that the reuse of domestic wastewater, just normal wastewater for agriculture, could induce agriculture toxicity in the plant because of the high level of inorganics that not being treated during common treatment. And in some places, you need the additional treatment technology to remove the inorganic on domestic wastewater.
Yes. Let me just go back to PFAS for one moment. It's not a big deal, but are there domestic sources of PFAS in municipal wastewater?
As I said, as far as I know, it would depends on the kind of hydrological system. First of all, you need sources of contamination of PFAS, and apparently PFAS is surrounding us all because we use it in everyday in the kitchen and so on. So it's really a very common compound in our life. But I think my understanding that high level of PFAS have been determined only in places where there were manufacturers and therefore there being some bioaccumulation in the ecological system and in this hydrological system that caused this contamination. I don't know about cases in New Mexico.
Thank you. I certainly agree that the highest concentrations are where there are industrial sources. But I believe that, as you said, PFAS is widely used in domestic products. And so there are also domestic sources. So you'll find PFAS, I believe, in almost all domestic wastewaters. But we don't, that's not really an issue. Your student, Miss Osborne, did a study on a treatment system in Texas. It was a produce water treatment system in Texas, and found that there was virtually no removal of any of the constituents that she measured. That she measured inorganics, major ions, and anions and cations, and dissolved organic compounds.
Correct.
Now, that was not a desalination process.
Correct.
Is that true?
Yeah. This is not desalination. This we're talking about a system that they're using for basically putting it in a pit and trying to get oxidation of the material, trying to get rid of the organic matter, which was not successful. But no, this is definitely not desalination.
So, have you or any of your colleagues examined the performance of plants that were designed to desalinate produced water?
So there was one site that I'm aware of, which is in, I believe in Pennsylvania. I forgot the name. I can check up later to get the actual information, which we didn't study that, but I know that they aim to, and they have desalination, thermal desalination, which meaning heating and the water, the produced water to high temperature and under low vacuum to generate clean water. I know they were operating for a while, and they got permission for disposal in Pennsylvania. We never tested their water. I don't know what's happened to the waste that came, the waste stream that I mentioned, and how this was managed. But I know that they were not, because of the high cost, after some time, a couple of years, they shut down. I don't know, because of performance or because of it was not economic to be in the long term. So personally, I was not engaged in that kind of treatment. I was engaged in other places in Pennsylvania where they treated the water for different types of treatment, not desalination. And I could tell that they, similar to what we found in those cases in Texas, they failed to remove the salt. The radioactivity was a bit reduced, but still caused a major environmental impact.
And is water from the Marcellus shale, is that produced water similar in quality to the water from the Permian Basin?
Yes, I mean, there are some variation, and you should know when we talk about the Permian Basin, I think the committee should be aware that it's not one homogeneous water. For example, during hydraulic fracturing, when you start to get flowback water, and it takes about a month to 3 months of a stream of high volume of stream that the industry will call it a flowback water, which would contain a relatively lower salinity but high concentration of organic material, of the fracking additive material that they use. And then over time, the volume and the chemistry of that flowback water becoming what the industry or the literature call produced water, in which the salinity rises and the radioactivity rises and so on. So you can have from the same well a very different type of water chemistry and contaminants that are coming from a well after hydraulic fracturing and during the lifetime of a well. So there's no like one homogeneous composition. So definitely, and similar, the Marcellus Shale having the wastewater having the same kind of evolution over time, and that has been demonstrated by numerous studies, not only our own. And so it's important to understand if a system receives flowback in early stages, it may have lower salinity but high level of organics, whereas over time, where it's kind of older, so to speak, produced water coming from the well, it will have much higher salinity. So all the treatment technology have to be adjusted to the stream, which will be very heterogeneous in the chemistry because of this variation over time. So it's really important, unless you mix it prior to the mixing to get homogeneous stream of waste. But if you don't do that, you would get huge variation in the chemistry and the concentration of different contaminants. And we have seen this in the Marcellus Shale in Pennsylvania and West Virginia.
Thank you. This rule that we're hearing today is in response to legislation that was passed in 2019, the Produced Water Act. And one of the things that the Produced Water Act required was that industry report the source of the water they use for hydraulic fracturing. And to the best of my knowledge, I think New Mexico is the only place where that information is available, where the source of the water that's used for fracking is publicly available. And because of that, the industry has turned away from freshwater use. And today, over 95% of the water used for fracking is produced water. So I appreciate your comments about the variation in chemistry, but it's not as much in New Mexico as it is in other places like the Marcellus. So it's sort of interesting work, and congratulations to our legislature for doing that.
I totally agree. I think it's great. I've seen it in China too. I've been working extensively on fracking issues in China, and indeed, once they convert and start to reuse produced water for fracking, the flowback water became saline and day one, unlike what I mentioned before, and therefore, but still, even though you have produced water coming, they would have a bit the salinity would not show variation given the source of the water, which is, again, I kind of congratulate you for doing that, for saving clean water and fresh water from not being used for fracking. But the waste stream, again, would have variation over time in volume and in composition because of the mixing of the flowback water and the original produced water from that well, and not necessarily will be identical. And definitely the organics will be different during the lifetime of this well.
Yes. In your testimony, several places, in your written rebuttal testimony, several places, you recommend that we propose that the rule identify treatment standards and treatment methods. Can you elaborate when you talk about treatment methods? What do you mean there? Are you saying that we should specify what methods are acceptable to treat the produced water?
Yes, I mentioned it in one of the earlier questions that I was asked. I think the rule should include everything we know about all produced water in terms of the range of expected range of salt, range of metals, range of radioactive material, and range of organics, which is very wide range of that. What we know, we have seen from the literature that has been established, and then and this is one end. The other end, the rule would include already specific guidelines of what are the level that should be those reduced from salinity of that range of 300,000 milligram per liter. You have to go down to 250 milligram per liter. I'm taking chloride as an example. So then established from all the list of contaminants, we know what is the threshold from which the treatment should achieve in order to make them reusable. That is really important, because otherwise the vague language, everyone can say, hey, I treat the water, I can use it now freely. And that could be disastrous if that happened. You need to be very explicit on what level of contaminants you allow the wastewater to be treated before you can define it as a treated wastewater. And then between those things, you could suggest, again, based on the literature, what are the methods that could be, and make sure that you include in this literature review all methods that has been tested or been suggested. As you mentioned, desalination. Desalination would address one type of contaminants, not other. What are the organics? There's the membrane. That's a new technology that emerging now. Could be working with the desalination. So how to build it? It's kind of to give some ideas, kind of a guidelines to the test what can be done. So that's, and then of course the demonstration or the test site should be having those constraints, should have those guidelines. You need to reduce the contaminants from all produced water to that level in order, that's why you call it successful attempt, and not only one, but all wide range of the contaminants we know existing in all produced water.
So let me see if I understand you correctly. You're saying that we should have numeric criteria for all the contaminants, but we should also identify in the rule, we should identify a portfolio of methods, treatment methods, technologies that the industry should use in treating this water.
I think so. I think it will be making the rule much more robust and would make it more specific and not vague. If in the test site, for example, a new entrepreneur suggests alternative site, alternative method for remediation, you should not rule this out, but at least give this a guideline what the literature has been established. So the point that I want to make, as I made earlier, we are not in the early stage of studies. There is a lot of research has been conducted on treatment technology. So this research should be included, should be addressed, and not starting from day one. We know nothing. Let's do a test to see what works and what doesn't. So I think the ruling should be using the already established science to be able to have a much better and more specific addressing, including having this method have been successfully applied. But again, and have some opening if someone have alternative method to want to test, sure, you should include, not rule this out, obviously, but giving guidelines to what has been done, successfully done, and what's not.
So I'm not aware of any other environmental regulation, whether it's air pollution control or wastewater treatment under the Clean Water Act, or drinking water treatment under the Safe Drinking Water Act. I'm not aware of any regulation that specifies treatment technologies. To the best of my knowledge, they all specify performance standards. In other words, criteria that have to be met by the treated fluid, whether it's air or water. Are there other regulations that I'm not aware of that specify a particular treatment standard, treatment method?
I'm not an environmental lawyer, so I cannot answer that. For me, it seems like a kind of important tool to present the science of that, to make sure that the ruling would be more effective. But I thought that one thing I totally agree with you is that the criteria standard should be included, as you said, in this ruling, and therefore so treated wastewater should have a very clear indication. When you say treated, what do you mean? How much you reduce the level, and for what constituents, and that should be included. And as you say, that is including in every other clean water or air regulation.
So let's go back to our discussion about municipal wastewater, which is one part of this rule, wastewater reuse. If the water is reused for potable purposes, the treated water has to comply with Safe Drinking Water Act standards. And the Safe Drinking Water Act regulates about 100 parameters, both inorganics, organics, radioactive constituents, and pathogenic organisms. So there's about 100 constituents that are regulated. So my question is, let's talk first about municipal wastewater reuse. Are those standards sufficiently protective of human health and the environment so that we could adopt those for our wastewater reuse regulations?
So again, it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about domestic wastewater, and you have to be explicit about that,
yes,
you cannot and not mix it with all produced water. I think this method could be correct. However, I would warn you that some of the parameters that are good for human health may be not good for plant. Plant have different toxicity kind of sensitivity, like as I mentioned, boron, which is enriched in domestic wastewater. And boron is not included in the drinking water regulation because it doesn't have human health effect, but it could have a severe toxicity effect on plant. And the most common use of domestic treated wastewater is irrigation. And therefore, one has to think to include also agriculture standard of sodium and boron, for example, into that, to make sure that the ability to reuse it for agriculture would not cause any damage. So that will be my 2 cents kind of advice for when you're explicitly talking about domestic wastewater and you separate that from from the ruling regarding oil produced water.
Yeah, again, this proposed rule has three parts, and I'm just talking about reuse of domestic wastewater. And I appreciate the comment about boron. Are you familiar with whole effluent toxicity testing? They're sometimes called wet testing.
I'm not sure.
Wet testing uses, you take the treated effluent and you expose it to a particular organism. Typically, they're using Daphnia water fleas or fathead minnow. And so that is one way that the regulators deal with some of the unregulated constituents that might be problematic. But, you know, there are a lot of constituents in domestic wastewater that are not removed by conventional wastewater treatment.
Correct.
So, for instance, pharmaceuticals and personal care products, PFAS,
and all the inorganic,
and many types of organics. That's true.
No,
and inorganics.
Right.
Yes.
Like the boron, for example, that we mentioned.
Boron.
Yep.
So the follow-up question is, if the regulations under the Safe Drinking Water Act are sufficiently protective to allow human consumption of the treated wastewater, couldn't we just use those same regulations, those same standards, those same criteria for treated produced water?
No, because produced water contain a larger, you're talking about oil produced water?
I'm talking about Permian Basin produced water.
So now we move into that. So as we said before in my testimony too, there are many constituents that are not mentioned in the Clean Drinking Water Act that should be addressed. So yes, so let me put it this way. On the first layer of protection, the drinking water regulation should be, as you mentioned, the 120 constituents should be the first kind of layers of protection. And then, but above that, one has to look at constituents that are not common in normal or common water that coming from oil produced water, and make sure that the drinking water regulation address those constituents, because that's kind of what I mentioned. The putting in the same basket as domestic wastewater is a mistake, is incorrect. You have to separate that to a different category. And as we talked about, the treatment should be totally very different. And by the way, just to mention, when you talk about all domestic wastewater, different municipalities, like in California, they use wastewater for drinking water. And the way they do that, they have a tertiary treatment that includes desalination after the conventional second treatment. So the ability to reuse domestic wastewater, like in California, is allowed only after another level of treatment, which includes desalination, and sometimes also mixing this desalted water with natural water before it can come into the drinking water. But putting that in the same basket of all produced water it's problematic, because we're talking about the different types of contaminants and risk.
But couldn't I make the same argument about domestic wastewater? I mean, we don't regulate personal care products. We don't regulate well, we do regulate herbicides. Let's just stick with personal care products.
That's a problem. One has to.
That does not show up. We don't have personal care products in produce water. And yet we allow, California has the most restrictive wastewater reuse regulations in this country that I'm aware of. There are only a couple of states that have wastewater reuse regulations for potable use. They do not regulate personal care products.
So there is a gap in the system that one has to fix, I guess. But again, if you're talking about let's focus on domestic wastewater that you mentioned. Yes, they may contain some constituents that escape the treatment and not being regulated by the Clean Water Act. But obviously, the normal treatment, the secondary treatment procedure that we have for domestic wastewater is not sufficient to make this water usable for drinking water. And that's why California is having the desalination stage of that. I'm not seeing any place on earth that people using domestic wastewater for drinking water, they're using for agriculture, but for drinking water without additional treatment, mostly by desalination, I'm not familiar for any case anywhere. I'm not talking about regulation, I'm talking about practice. So in any way, you need to have additional treatment for domestic wastewater in order to make them usable as drinking water. Now, reuse can be used for agriculture and irrigation or animal feed. That's a total different ballgame. And again, one has to make sure that you're not contaminated streams, you're not causing ecological issues. But I totally agree with you that having those drugs constituents in the waste, which is obviously a human health problem, should not be discharged into the environment, and this is a gap that we are living across the country with that.
And again, I'm only focusing on reuse. There are a number of communities in the U.S. that have what's called direct potable reuse. And I'm not going to go into it, but direct potable reuse has been practiced for several decades in parts of the world. So the Water Quality Control Commission has adopted standards for irrigation. So I can pose the same question if industry built a plant that treated produced water from the Permian Basin to meet the criteria for irrigation, the TDS, the ammonia, the metals concentration, the rad. Is that sufficiently protective of our irrigated crops?
No, because when they established those rules, they did not have the knowledge of what's in the produced water, in the oil produced water. So those standards are kind of addressed common contaminants that we know in the environment. They address some of the metals that you mentioned, but they don't address, I'm not sure they have radioactivity, for example. I'm sure they don't. And because a common water would not have high level of radium that you see in oil produced water. And we have very good evidence that irrigation with water with high radium would cause radium accumulation in the soil and causing this to becoming a radioactive disposal site, as we've seen in so many cases. So using the available standard that we have today for irrigation is not sufficient to protect the soil, the crops, and the people who are working there from the hazard in oil produced water.
Okay. I'm almost done.
Great question. I love it.
Well, again, I'm not familiar with any federal regs that are specific to a particular type of wastewater. They have numeric standards for treated wastewater for drinking water, but it's not, it doesn't depend on the source of that water. And so I'm wondering why we need to do it for this one particular type of wastewater, not for industrial wastewater, not for municipal wastewater as well.
So the answer for that is, I can give you an example from the eastern part of the US, and apparently it's also in New Mexico, is coal ash. Okay, so coal ash is the residual material after coal combustion, and it's contain elevated level of metals, arsenic, selenium, and radium, not as much as oil-produced water. And over years, it has not been regulated. And the regulation for disposal of water, of effluents from coal ash impoundment ponds was using the normal wastewater standard. But now, after some years of my group and others that investigated it, showing the huge environmental and human health effect of coal ash, and as a result, after a delay of 50 years, the EPA now woke up and start to have limitation of the disposal of coal ash, how you build the impoundment, the coal ash impoundment, the landfill, and so on. So, it was exactly the same situation. The authority was using the normal kind of the common standards that you would use, nitrate, ammonium, kind of standards that are not relevant to coal ash. And that's my major point. You need to establish standards that address the problem. And the current standard that we have, either for irrigation on field, either for drinking water, are not specifically address the contaminants that we know. It's not like surprising, it's not like a mystery. We know existing in oil-produced water. So you don't want to wake up in 20 years from now, like now we're doing in many parts of the country because of the coal ash, and realize that you have contaminated the people. They put the coal ash in different places. Now they're finding it near daycares in North Carolina. People find it below their homes. There are issues of a cancer cluster in Morrisville in North Carolina. There's many issues they are discovering now about the coal ash, which if you have established correct standard when you start to 50 years ago, you would avoid all that. And we are kind of in this junction right now in New Mexico. You can prevent the future disaster that, if you don't do the ruling correctly, it's inevitably going to happen.
Thank you. My last line of questioning, the proposed rule addresses bench scale and pilot scale treatment. It does not address full scale treatment. And as in its current form, it does not allow discharge of the treated effluent offsite, away from the oil and gas industry. So I could not use that water to augment a public water supply, or I could not use it for growing crops. It seems to me that we need a rule that will allow pilot plant testing, because we need to develop technologies for dealing with this waste. It's a very large volume of waste. It's difficult to manage. So are you arguing that we should not allow pilot testing, even though the water is completely contained within the industry?
So I would say, I would be very careful in that. So what I would say, when you're doing a pilot testing, you need to be very specific on, again, as I mentioned, what are the level you want to achieve, and how you manage the waste because you're generating, even in this pilot, you generate a high concentration of waste stream with radioactivity and all that. So, and that's something that you have to be addressed in the ruling to make sure that the waste is being correctly addressed. And then the question is, what do you do with this treated wastewater in your pilot? How you get rid of it after that? That also should be kind of part of the, I would say, proposal of those entities that are going to do that. And I would say something very important. When you're doing this testing, who is going to do that? And who's going to monitor the effectiveness of that? And how do you make sure that the science is there and not commercial interest? And that's something very important the committee should put into understanding, to give some kind of a third-party observation for the successful of those sites. And again, all this should be laid out in the ruling and should be like an amendment or whatever to make sure that that kind of test site addresses all the contaminants, addresses all the standard that you wish to get. Have some suggestions for the treatment technology, even though it's not normal procedure, but also have assignment of a third party to be monitoring the performance of this kind of in a way to make sure that it's not being controlled by any commercial or kind of interest behind the mere important scientific value of that.
Okay, you brought up 2 points. The way I envision a pilot test being done would be that it would be done at the site of one of these storage facilities. And we're talking about ponds that are hundreds of acres of produce water. They use evaporation to concentrate it some, and that the waste would be, the feed water would consist of water from the pond. So it would be homogeneous. We wouldn't have to deal with the high variability that you might exist.
Mm-hmm.
And the waste would not be allowed to be discharged, neither the residuals from the treatment process nor the treated water would not be allowed to be discharged outside of the industry. So presumably the most expedient thing would be to take that treated water and dump it back into the pond, but they might use it on site or something, I don't know. But it would never leave ownership of the oil and gas industry.
So that's a problem, because you let the cat control, how you say it, the milk. You need to have a way to, I understand it have to be on site, but as part of the ruling that a third party, university or academic, which is not controlled by the industry, should be part of this mission. You cannot allow with all the respect to the oil and gas industry and the capability, they have interest in that. And so the ruling should make sure that if you're doing a test like this, it should be monitored by an independent entity that is allowed to go into the property of oil and gas area and monitor what they're doing and looking at the data and maybe even conducting independent analysis of the outcome to make sure that the data is adequate, comprehensive as it should be.
That troubles me. One of the fundamental principles of all regulations that I'm aware of, again, air, solid waste, and water regulations, both drinking water and wastewater, is the concept of self-monitoring. Now, the regulatory agency has the option to come in and collect samples and confirm, but almost all of our regulatory programs allow the constituent to monitor their own performance. They report it. Generally, it's reported in a public forum, website or something like that. But the idea of having third-party verification is unusual in my experience.
Well, yeah, true. And we see the disaster of the coal ash in North Carolina as a result of this self-monitoring. And many other cases across the US, also the disposal and spill of hundreds of sites in North Dakota. And so I argue that this self-monitoring is extremely problematic. But the point that for you, you're talking about a test site. You're talking about not a kind of experimental, you want the industry to conduct to see how you make the produced water, which I understand the major problem, to be perhaps usable. But so this experiment require additional tools and additional way to look at it. It's not like you have a regulation for disposal or something like that. This regulation, the reuse, is explicitly want to take wastewater from the Permian Basin and try to see how that can be usable. And you kind of allowing this test site in the vicinity of the oil and gas industry. If the industry is not allowing you to have a third party monitoring, something is problematic here. And something why they're not why this is not open should not be verified by a third party. So for me, given that because of this is experimental kind of regulation, it's not a normal regulation of just what is the level of contaminant that allowed to be disposed, but rather let's try and see how we can convert oil produced water to usable water. This kind of experiment need to be tested and be evaluated by some verification rather than the owner of those oil produced water.
Thank you. You started earlier, you were describing the peer review process. And I thought that was very well done. But I would note that I've never experienced a third party actually collecting samples or taking aliquots of my samples and sharing them and doing an independent analysis of the experimental work that I've ever done. So,
well, we did it, for example, after the spill of the TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, in 2009, there was regulation by the Tennessee commissioner and a similar committee of you to allow academic institutions to monitor the impact of the oil coal ash spill. And indeed, we split sample with the TVA authority that we conduct a parallel study. So it's not the first time that this can be conducted. This was after a spill, a kind of a unique situation.
Yes.
But I can see a similarity to you because you're doing experimental kind of work.
Yes. Well, I think there's a big difference between a spill and running a pilot plant. Dr. Van Gogh, thank you very much. It's been a very stimulating conversation.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Bayless, do you have questions of Dr. Van Gogh? Thank you. Commissioner Brankert.
Thank you. I just have one, Dr. Van Gogh. Thank you very much. I was trying to look at the master's thesis that you referenced, but I'm having a hard time linking up to it. Duke University doesn't like me. They say I'm invalid.
I believe we can have the PDF of it and provide this to you if needed.
Anyway, I just have one question from that study, which was the water was being treated at this facility, if you know, for what use?
I don't know it that I don't know if and what what was the use of that treated wastewater from that site.
Thank you. And then I just have one correction for the chair. The requirement that companies are to provide the source of water for drilling is a regulatory requirement of the Oil Conservation Commission. It is not from the Produced Water Act.
I'm going to have to swear you all in. Okay. Commissioner Vihil.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have two commissioners on the platform. Commissioner Rosatos.
Morning, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner McWilliams. Commissioner McWilliams, she may have stepped away. Right. We are 3 minutes from noon. We return at 1 for our second public comment session of the day. Let's take the lunch hour until 1. We do have many names for the 1 o'clock public comment session, just FYI. Thank you.
Can I just, Dr. Van Gogh, we are going to lunch now, and then there's public comment at 1, and I'm hoping that you're going to be available for cross-examination by the other parties, probably around 1:30 or 1:40. I don't know exactly. Is that about right? Do you think, Madam Hearing Officer? Are you going to still be available after that?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Alrighty, good afternoon. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in the matter of proposed new rule 20.6.8 of the New Mexico Administrative Code relating to supplemental requirements for water reuse. This is our 8th day of hearing, and we have reached our second public comment session today. We will have, I think, at least a couple more public comment sessions tomorrow at 9 and tomorrow at 1, and each day that we continue the hearing before we finish. So just a few things about public comment. I will ask you to state and spell both your first and last name for the transcript. We're making a transcript. I will ask you, pursuant to the commission rules, to swear or affirm that you will tell the truth. And I will be running a stopwatch, and I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Let's see if this is better. Is this better? Okay. All right, I'm going to sit a little bit back here then. And I will be running a stopwatch. We have to limit public comment to 3 minutes each. In the event you have more than 3 minutes of statement to share with the commission, we invite you to put it into writing and to share it with Pam Jones, who's back here. She's the commission administrator. All written comment will be given, it will be made part of the record and given the same weight as oral comment. So let me run through the names that I have. Some folks are in the room, some folks are on the platform. Oh, one more thing. All of the testimony is interpreted between Spanish and English and Spanish. Lisa, would you please?
Good afternoon. For anybody that is here present that would like to listen in Spanish, then if you could please come up front and I can give you the headphones. Si hay alguien aquí presente que quisiera escuchar en español, por favor pase adelante y con mucho gusto les entrego los audífonos. If there's anybody that is online that would like to use the Spanish simultaneous interpreter function, you can do that by going to the bottom of your screen, clicking on the globe, and choosing Spanish. Si hay alguien que está participando en línea y que quisiera escuchar el español, puede acceder al canal de español, a hacer clic en el globo y ahí puede escoger el español. If there's anybody that would like to give a comment in Spanish, you're more than welcome to. If it's possible, it would be great to have a written copy of that so we can review it before you speak. If you do want to give a comment in Spanish, if you could reach out to Pam Jones via WebEx. Si hay alguien que quiera hacer su comentario en español, por favor, con mucho gusto lo puede hacer, pero con mucho respeto le pedimos que nos entregue una copia, si lo tiene escrito, a Pam Jones y así lo podemos revisar antes que usted presente. I can put it on the chat. Let's see if that works then. Right. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. All right, let's start with Janet Wallet Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz, I believe you're on the platform.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clearly. Thank you. If you would
Okay, thank you.
spell your
My name is Janet Wallet Ortiz.
Spell your name.
Thank you for the
record. Hold on. Spell your name for the
I'm
record,
sorry.
please.
JANET WALLET-ORTIZ.
And thank you. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your time now.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I've been a resident of Silver City, New Mexico for 40 years. I believe it is absolutely critical that the draft wastewater reuse rule is immediately amended to specifically prohibit produced water reuse because it fails to safeguard the water, land, and health of New Mexicans from toxins and poisons by not requiring the application of scientific standards to protect our water. NMED is responsible for protecting our environment, but how can state employees even speculate about whether or not produced water meets standards if they do not have any data to make a sound decision? Oil and gas companies in New Mexico are in an expensive quandary about what to do with all of their produced water, which in New Mexico is 4 to 7 barrels of produced water with radioactive waste for every 9 barrels of oil produced. They are swimming in toxic produced water with heavy metal sludge at the bottom of each barrel. Oil does not want to take the expensive responsibility for their toxic leftovers, so they are now trying to pawn it off as an amazing solution to our current need for water in New Mexico due to ongoing mega drought. It is an incredibly brazen insult to New Mexicans to promote toxic polluted water as our solution, while records show that oil and gas consumed over 86,000 acre-feet of fresh water to then turn around and produce, for our benefit, toxic water totaling over 266,000 acre-feet. The hypocrisy is astounding. We must demand that this rule be revised immediately to prohibit the discharge, disposal, or reuse of treated or untreated produce water outside the oil field with no exceptions. Currently, the same rule has no requirement for measuring toxicity or radiation at input or output to ensure public safety. Clean water is life. Toxic water is disease, sickness, and death. Only 14% of the toxic chemicals in fracked water have been studied, with horrific results that just these have enough toxic potency to cause cancer and other diseases in humans. Justin Noble, author of Plutonium-238, reported that the oil industry has spent $500 million in at least one experiment trying to treat produced water to no avail. Overwhelmingly toxic is overwhelmingly toxic, period. This draft rule folds neatly into the plans of oil and gas to continue using New Mexico as a dumping ground. We must be the brick wall that stops them cold. Our land, our water, and our bodies refuse to be receptacles for their toxic mess. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wallet Ortiz. Rebecca Roos. Ms.
Hello,
Roos?
can you hear me?
Yes, you're going to have to raise your voice just a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I'll get closer to the microphone.
Thank you. That's perfect. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Rebecca, Rebecca. Last name is Roose, Roose.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
thank you. Thank you, members of the commission, for your time in this hearing. My name is Rebecca Roos. I'm the infrastructure advisor in the Office of the Governor. And it's my privilege today to join you and make some brief public comments about the ongoing rulemaking for water reuse. I want to just encourage you all to, as you continue your work, obviously continue taking in all the input. I know you're hard at work with this continuation from the start of the hearing in May, and appreciate all the effort that's going into it, both on the commission and all the parties who are participating. The rule brought forward, the petition brought forward by the department was many years in the making, very thoughtfully developed, including through engagement with stakeholders from diverse groups and perspectives, and a range of expertise before the petition was even filed, and ongoing coordination between the department's team and experts with many of the people in the room with you today, or participating in the hearing remotely, to put forward a thoughtful rule that is that meets the moment of where we are and sets us on the path forward that we need to be on for water reuse. The fact is, we have a lot of opportunity to move our water programs forward in a way that is rooted and grounded in sound science and is a stepwise and careful approach. And I believe that that's the rule that's before you. And part of my perspective and role as infrastructure advisor is to think big and strategically about our infrastructure needs and priorities across the state, and also ensure that we're leveraging federal funding effectively and utilizing state funding and private sector resources and partners effectively to meet our infrastructure challenges and build a more resilient New Mexico. And components of this rulemaking are key elements to put us on, ensure we continue on the right path for leveraging federal funding that's out there for water reuse projects, investing in everything from the research, the science, and technology development to projects that show the benefit of putting treated water to use in to meet our clean energy goals, our diversifying our economy, and more. So I just want to commend the Environment Department team for the work that they've put into this. Again, appreciate the work the commission is dedicating to this rulemaking process, and appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Roos. Carolyn Houses. Carolyn Houses. On the platform. Okay. William Clark. William Clark. Peggy Baker. Peggy Baker. You may have stepped away. Paul Coonley. Paul Coonley is in the room. Oh, that's fine. What about Cheryl Coonley? Are you speaking? You are, correct. Come up to the table, please. And that microphone, I think, is the better one. And if you would press the button, so that's okay. Press the button so the light is green. All right. And if you would state and spell your first and second name.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Cavazos Coonley. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. My husband Paul and I are here today because
Hold
we have
on.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
You have to spell your names for the
I
transcript.
forgot.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Cheryl, Sheryle, Cavazos, Cavasos, Coonley, AUhnley.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commission. I'm happy to be here today. My husband Paul and I are here today because we have an interest in a healthy environment for our family and state, which includes not only pure, clean, and available water here in our high desert, but also an awareness that the oil industry plays a very important part in our state's economy and our nation's future. Our state is very dependent on the money our gas and oil industry brings to it. About half of our general fund revenue is used from that. 58% of that goes to our state schools and universities. My husband is a New Mexico native. He grew up on a dairy farm south of Moriarty. He knows how critical our need for water is here in New Mexico. He also knows the part gas and oil play in the farming industry. We must take care of our country's food producers. We're very grateful for the hard work farmers do for our nation and never take them for granted. Paul is a retired milkman. He was an independent distributor for Creamland Dairies. He began delivering house to house in Albuquerque, but soon began delivering to businesses and schools. He drove our milk truck for 48 years, putting well over 1 million miles on it. My father, also a New Mexico native, who grew up in Stanley, New Mexico with our former governor, Bruce King, was in the Air Force. We lived in San Francisco, Denver, Japan, Massachusetts, and Texas before he retired and brought us to Moriarty when I was in high school. I am a retired APS math teacher and math coach, but my avocation has been in taking students on mission and service trips to Mexico and here in the U.S. On one trip to Aquiles, Mexico, our group ran a water line from a natural spring at the top of the mountain to the little village. When I retired from APS, I taught middle school math at Albuquerque Christian School for 5 more years. We took our 7th grade to Ruidoso each fall to help clean up pine needles as fire prevention, and our 8th grade to Texas to serve the homeless and do work in hurricane disaster areas. My husband and I also support groups who dig wells in third world countries. 2 weeks ago, we spent the weekend in Ruidoso. Our daughter works for New Mexico Horse Breeding Association. The fires and flooding that have hit this beautiful New Mexico town were devastating. After returning, I read that they had to put back in place the no drinking water restrictions for the Upper Canyon. Traveling in areas such as this has made me thankful for our focus on safe and clean water in the United States and here in New Mexico. We should never take that for granted. Discussions such as these today are very important. I hope you will also keep in mind the importance of oil and gas and ask that you support the oil and gas industry in New Mexico. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coonley.
What's your name?
Oh, Peggy Baker is ready now. All right. Ms. Baker, can you hear me? Ms. Baker? Right, she may have stepped away again. Juliana Funkhouse? Juliana Funkhouse?
That's me. Can you hear? I'm online.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Of course. It's Giuliana. And Funkhauser is Funkhouser.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Juliana Funkhauser, tuning in from Utuado, Puerto Rico. In 2019, I participated in several investigations through the Resolana Art Collective research group to better understand how toxic and nuclear waste from industrial and military activities was being managed, stored, and dumped around the USA. While our project's focus was on the commonalities between efforts and subsequent leaks associated with such activities around Hunters Point in the San Francisco Bay Area, within rivers and subterranean lakes around Carlsbad, New Mexico, I privately noted the similarities to chemical weapons and herbicidal development around rainforests in Puerto Rico as well. Coal ash examples brought up earlier in this hearing are also an issue that Puerto Ricans have been grappling with very similar results. A through line noted by our research group amongst all these cases is an effort to reuse, store, or simply dump industrial refuse without fully comprehending the health and environmental consequences. Offloading the inconvenience of costly cleanup with the burden of toxic and radioactive effects placed on the land and the peoples of the affected areas is not a tenable solution, but unfortunately, it is a very common one, it seems. I'm here in solidarity with my fellow New Mexicans who kindly invited us to share and celebrate life through art all those years ago. My perspective was deeply shifted and moved while pondering what sort of effects recent fracking activities were having on the ancient lakes and rivers housed in the Carlsbad Caverns. Considerate water management and a healthy carcinogen-free environment is essential for the flourishing of any environment. Please do not allow your homes to be poisoned by reckless activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Funkhauser. Doyle Caton. Doyle Caton. Okay, Ms. Baker, can you hear me? Okay. Mike Fuller. Mike Fuller. Annie Cook. Oh, great. First, spell your name for the transcript.
Annie Cook, Annie, D as in Delta, Cook, Cook.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Cook. I've been a resident of New Mexico since 1971 when I moved here from Kansas. New Mexico is home to me. I've lived here longer than I've lived anywhere else. Both of my sons were born here. I myself am a graduate of UNM. I'm a master's prepared RN who retired in 2013 from the VA in Albuquerque after 30 years of service. My husband of 32 years and I own a home on the west side of Albuquerque, and we're totally invested in the land of enchantment and its preservation, not only for our family, but for all the families who live here. Today, I'd like to speak with you regarding the importance of reusing water within the petroleum industry. I'm referring to the practice of treating and recycling water used during oil and gas production. And this is important for several reasons. One, environmental conservation. Oil and gas extraction processes need significant amounts of water. Reusing water decreases the amount of fresh water consumption, reducing the impact on local water resources, especially in regions like New Mexico, where scarcity of water is a concern. Regulatory compliance. Because of regulations governing the use and discharge of water in industrial activities, Reusing water reduces the volume of wastewater that requires disposal. Technological advancements. Advances in water treatment technologies make it feasible to treat water extracted along with oil and gas and other types of wastewater to a quality suitable for reuse in industrial purposes. Risk management. Recycling water reduces the risks associated with obtaining water from environments which have less available water or from areas where water resources may be in conflict. In practice, water reuse in the petroleum industry involves treating produced water and other wastewater streams to remove contaminants like salts, hydrocarbons, and heavy metals. Once treated, the water can be used for hydraulic fracturing, cooling, and dust suppression at drilling sites. Today, I urge you to approve water reuse in the petroleum industry. Allowing for the treatment and reuse of water represents our commitment to sustainability and efficient resource management, addressing operational efficiency and water conservation in our great state, which is a vital issue for all of us who call the land of enchantment home. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue of water reuse in our natural gas and oil industry in New Mexico.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Mary Green. Mary Green. David, oh, wait. Oh, are you Mary Green?
Mary Green.
Oh, you are. Terrific. Thank you. My attention is divided between the screen and the room. Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
And if you would spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Mary Green, M-A-R-Y. Green like the color, G-R-E-E-N.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
So we're here to talk about produced water, and I'm not a scientist, but I know that the items in it are carcinogenic and radioactive. I live up in Taos, and I've been there 40 years, but I was a child of the military, and my father retired after being the field commander, 5th Air Force, Vietnam. But before that, he was Strategic Air Command, Squadron Commander for Missile Silo Squadron. And he thought that that was safe for his soldiers and to invite me and my Girl Scout troop. And I was in the silo 20, 30 minutes at the age 15 or 16. And 40 years later, my left side of my thyroid blew up 40 years later. Not 5, not 10. So in my mid-50s, with no other exposure to radiation, my thyroid swelled up. And now 20 years later, both sides of my thyroid are blown up, and I have to deal with thyroid complications in my body, although I don't have cancer. And I'm treated and monitored. So I want you to understand.
I'm sorry, Ms. Green. I think Lisa's going to help with your microphone. I'll stop you at the clock.
Oh, does that work? Is that better? Okay,
Yes.
so
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm treated and monitored. But my father acted in good faith with what he was told. He would never have exposed me or anyone to radioactive substances that last longer than the known history. So I want you to know that you must regulate this. You must act with great care, and you do not have my permission to use produced water outside the oil field in agriculture or anything else until you can prove to me scientifically by appropriate scientists and peer-reviewed process that it's safe. Please do not go forward with this. Do not do harm. Please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Green. David Tobin Estelle. He's here in the room. If you would spell your names for the
Hi, my name is David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name is Tobin, T-O-B-I-N, hyphen E-S-D-A-L-E.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. I was here this morning to listen to the chemist from Duke University, and it was really quite an extraordinary testimony. I've been a resident of New Mexico since 2000. I've gone to school in Santa Fe in the 1970s, and I've been a resident here. Had at one time been a science teacher, and I'm a retired school bus driver right now. New Mexico is one of the poorest states in the country. We have a legacy of mining and oil and gas drilling. There are wells right now in New Mexico that have not been plugged. They are hemorrhaging cancer-causing chemicals. We are here right now to consider rules to make oil and gas drilling a little more healthy. If the past experience is any indication of the future, then we will be left with a legacy of cancer and death. I'm not somebody who is religious. I think God put oil and gas miles down. It should be left there. If we try to bring it up to where we live and let it intermix with our biosphere, it will cause us to be sick. It'll cause us to vomit and have diarrhea. And we're also discovering that bringing it up and putting it into the atmosphere is destroying our environment. So my own feeling is, let's look at ways to transition to a more humane way of living on the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Davi Soledad Garcia. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. My name is Davi Soledad Garcia. My name is spelled D-A-B-I-S-O-L-E-D-A-D-G-A-R-C-I-A.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Davi Soledad Garcia. I hold a PhD in anthropology from the University of Texas at Austin.
Hold on. I'm very sorry.
Go ahead.
You're speaking too fast for the court reporter and the interpreter, and
No problem. I'll
it's
slow down.
also it is also very echoey. So I'm just going to ask you to slow way down.
No problem. Okay. My name is Davi Soledad Garcia. I hold a PhD in anthropology from the University of Texas at Austin. I'm from El Huache, New Mexico. in Rio Arriba County. My family and I are acequia parciantes on the acequia de los Salazares, which draws its water from the Rio Chama. For more than 5 generations, this water source has been the basis of my family's survival. It's a delicate resource that is under threat of contamination and degradation. Water sources like acequias in the state are foundational to local Chicanx and Latinx culture. The agriculture that acequias bring to the state is significant and serves as a viable economic counterpoint to industries that contaminate and degrade our environment. Growing up, my grandmother, Frances Garcia, would ask her grandchildren to bring her water to drink. It was a serious matter, a ritual that taught us respect for the value of water as a life bringer. We would hand her water, cross our arms, and listen to her words, wisdom, and consejos. At the end, my grandma would finish drinking her water, always leaving some in reserve to confer a bendición, a blessing. Having available water is vital. My family has a small farm where we harvest apples and alfalfa. This way of life is threatened by the proposal of allowing contaminated and hazardous substances, such as the so-called produced water, to be discharged into the surface and groundwater of our communities. I've come today to defend the water and speak on its behalf for acequia communities and other traditional communities in the state who depend on its life-affirming sacramental qualities. I am concerned about produced water being discharged because, one, these substances contain unknown, patented, and radioactive materials that make treatment truly unfeasible, and even that treatment even uses up more water for cleanup. The oil and gas industry already has had record profits in the last couple of years. Why do we need to hand them our state's most sacred treasure for them to destroy? 3, produced water discharge would be detrimental to acequias and its members economically, culturally, and spiritually, and would lead to the deterioration of our communities. New
Wait,
Mexico
hold on. You have to slow down.
Okay. Any potential? Okay, I'll start my last comment. New Mexico already has a limited source of water with so much climate change. Any potential spills of water, this discharged water, would jeopardize local population survival and would amount to ecological and cultural genocide for the traditional cultures and wildlife that depend on it. I advocate for complete prohibition of discharge water, because it endangers our state's already limited clean surface and groundwater. Acequias put water to beneficial use, bring culture, food, livelihoods to communities. I would also affirm to cite NMEA's submitted comments to this commission, and for the sake of the public interest, I ask you to prioritize New Mexico's water, environment, people, and all the needs of its living things over the needs of corporations. We're not building a better future for our tomorrow. Please protect our clean water, which our communities do not consider just a resource or commodity for sale. As my grandma taught me, water is our blessing. It's your blessing and it's sacred. Aguas viva.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question, though. We are trying to capture every word of everyone's statement for the record. And would you be willing to email your written comment, because it sounded like you were reading from something, to Pam Jones?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Nat Rusa. Nat Rusa.
Yes, hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi. Is this volume okay?
Yeah, it's just a touch loud maybe, but it's good. Would you
All right, I'll
spell your name for the transcript, please?
sure. My name is N-A-T and last name is R-O-O-S-A.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll be brief. My name is Nat Busa. I'm 27 years old and a resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico. I moved here from the East Coast in search of a better way of life, and I do believe that I found it here. I am a soon-to-be nursing school graduate in 2 days. But I do fear that my years in New Mexico may be numbered because of the water crisis here. And I was recently made aware of the produced water issue in New Mexico. I have serious concerns about our state's handling of the produced water issue, and I believe that it is an essential time to ban the discharge of produced water to ground and surface, as well as any so-called experiments or projects that attempt to reuse this water. There is no reliable evidence that cleaning produced water is effective. It is a poison to our ecosystem during an already fragile time. We need to be using scientific efforts to work on conserving clean water. Safely containing produced water should be the responsibility of those who produce it. The burden should not be shifted onto the people and ecosystems of New Mexico. Please prohibit the discharge of produced water to ground and surface, and do not allow these companies to conduct experiments with radioactive waste on the land we rely on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Russo, I'm going to make the same request of you, just because we're hearing such echoing in the room. If your statement has been written out and you would send it to Pam Jones, that would help.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam, I believe you just readmitted Ms. Baker. All right, Ms. Baker, can you hear me?
Yes, finally. Thank you. My name
Hold
is
on.
Peggy.
Peggy
Okay.
Baker. Yes. Thank you. I had
Yes.
the spelling of your name yesterday, and I swore you in yesterday. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank your commissioners and you as the hearing examiner for this opportunity to comment. And a little bit about my background. I am retired, but I have been a hazardous material and hazardous waste manager professionally for over 30 years. My degree is in physics and environmental cleanup. And I have some concerns about the proposed rule as written. It seems to be the case that there's no permitting requirement at this time for produced water and other waste streams for benchmark and scale up. And I wonder how this is going to work because to leave the oil and gas operations site, there has to be transportation and there has to be a permit process in order to allow removal from that site. So given looking at the RFI list that was submitted yesterday as exhibit, 21, I believe, there are a number of people in the RFIs who are interested in providing treatment services. And the rule as written suggests that these service companies are going to have to characterize what's in the produced waste. And that's going to be quite variable depending on what geological strata it's coming from and what kind of fracking fluids and chemicals may have been used. The economies of scale would probably dictate that going to be multiple transportation of this produced water from the oil and gas operation site to a different, more central location where treatment for combined streams can be done. And in addition, the rule as it's written says that these service providers for treating produced water will have to help develop waste stream characterizations, and there'll be different waste streams probably depending on where the produced water is coming from.
Ms. Baker, would you wrap up, please?
Yes, so my concern is that you're essentially allowing a gap when the service providers are the ones who are going to recommend the standards, and probably those are going to be related to how successful their treatment is, rather than something that your NMED and Water Commission are responsible for establishing public health protective, not just what can be achieved. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Do you have William Clark with you, or?
Mr. Clark had an unexpected family emergency. He is going to be sending in his written comments, if that is acceptable.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie Caulfield. Stephanie Caulfield. Carol Eason. Are you Carol Eason? Terrific. Come on up to the table if you would. You would press the button on the microphone so it's green. Yeah, I hope it's green.
There we go.
And if you would spell your first and last name.
My name is Carol Eason, Caroleason.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I'm here to talk about water reusage. Speaking of water, I used to play water polo, but I had to quit. My horse got seasick, and besides that, he kept dropping the mallet. I guess I should have gotten a seahorse. Now, here are a few things about me. I'm a Western artist, a writer, poet, martial artist, stuntman, singer, songwriter, designer, producer, director, actor, acting coach, voice actor, TV host, and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, I almost forgot, treasure hunter. At one point back in my treasure hunting days, my partner and I came within a hair's breadth of getting into a real life, honest to goodness, Old West type of gunfight. However, the other guys we were facing backed down eventually. And of course, we dealt with all that manner of specters and ghosts and such, good and bad, believe it or not. Okay, now water reusage. I wish to go on record by stating my absolute support of the reuse of such a valuable commodity. It is and always will be beneficial, not only for the oil and gas industry, but other industries as well. In my opinion, water is just too valuable a resource to waste and be cavalier about its usage. As far as I'm concerned, reusage of water is absolutely an idea whose time has definitely come. I believe that. I do. The reusage by all industries just makes sense, doesn't it? Please consider the oil and gas industry along with other industries during your rulemaking period. We need to take care of today, or we may not have it tomorrow. By the way, you may have noticed that the 3 letters in the exact middle of the word reusage is USA. That's got to mean something. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope I made a positive impact.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eason. Jack Bishop. Jack Bishop. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you could spell your name first.
Yes, Jack, J-C-K, last name Bishop, B-I-S-H-O-P.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I have a tenure of combined years of 20 for the state of New Mexico. I left and moved to North Carolina about 15 years ago, and I'm back. I worked in the state of Texas for 10 years as a commercial licensed water well driller, and I know the critical issues of water sources. I reside in Lybrook, New Mexico. I'm water board there. We know that the aquifer is getting depleted, and I feel that water conservancy is a very serious issue, and many the utilization of brackish waters or oil-filled waters and other sources, I think, should be, studied and researched to the procreation of the usage, because it's such a serious issue that if we could get to this point, that I think, being able to utilize those waters, if they're studied enough and it's safe enough to be put out, that, then our water aquifers through our ground aquifers will replenish themselves through the years. And I'm grateful to be a part of this state. I'm grateful that I can share my voice, because I do have a great concern for our water sources in the state, because it's critical all over the United States. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. Kenneth Brennan. Hello, if you'd give us the spelling of your name.
Kenneth, K-E-N-N-E-T-H, Brennan, B-R-E-N-N-A-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
All right, thank you for listening to me today. As I said, my name is Kenneth Brennan, and my family moved to New Mexico in '75.
Would you slow down just a little?
The Bostonian in me always comes out. I graduated Cibola High School, class of '79, and I joined the Navy in 1980, retiring from the Navy in 2000. I worked for a GE company from 2000 to 2023 as a gas turbine field engineer, a wind turbine commissioner and maintenance technician, and as a manager of wind turbine technicians for the last 17 years. Currently, I am the Edgewood Commissioner for District 1 and serve as the town's mayor. Previously, I've spoken before the body in regards to the issue of reusing processed water. I spoke to the process that the Navy uses to turn seawater into fresh and the ability to clean contaminated water so that it can be discharged back to the sea. That has not changed, and I stand by those statements. Water is a precious resource. Municipalities will take wastewater from the sewer systems and clean it up so it's processed and be able to use it in watering, landscaping, and used for road dust control and other non-potable uses, providing it does meet the EPA standards. The use of good drinking water should be avoided for anything other than agricultural and residential needs. We are still basically looking at the same thing here. Take the water used in the oil and gas production and clean it to a standard so it can be reused in oil and gas processes or used for other non-potable needs. By continuing to reuse this water, less fresh water, thus preserving the precious water for the agricultural and residential needs. Now, with this does come great responsibility for all. The industry must prove that it can properly treat and clean this water. The government must regulate the process. And most importantly, the public must be kept informed on all the actions of both sides and have a voice in that process. Science advances because people push beyond the known and into the what if. The electron collider was thought to cause a black hole that would destroy the Earth. The sound barrier could never be reached, and a human body could never survive it. A human heart could never be implanted into another, and the list of the what coulds or could not goes on. The thing is this: knowledgeable people oppose all those ideas and many others, and yet those ideas have come to be able to be profitable and usable for the people and betterment of mankind. The energy industry does say that they can go ahead and take the water and purify it and make it safe. Then we need to let them prove it, and to the government and to the people that this can be done. The government needs to monitor and approve each step with the aid of experts from both sides. And by doing this, you can keep both sides honest. The end benefit is this: if it works, we save more water. And if it doesn't, we keep on looking for another way to make it work. I feel that it can be done, and one of the most valuable resources we have, water, is then preserved for all. Many innovations take time to perfect, but those innovative advancements will never happen until people actually try. Please let the industry try to make this work. It can work for the people, but they, once again, like I said, they got to be able to prove it. Once again, I thank you for letting me speak here today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Steve Epstein. Steve Epstein. Oh, terrific. Spell your name, please.
Steve Epstein, Stevepstein.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
I am retired after 26 years of service to the state of New Mexico. And now in my golden years, I am active in outdoor recreation, requiring our scarce water resources. I enjoy skiing, kayaking, and swimming. Golf is on my bucket list as I was gifted a bag of left-handed golf clubs. Accordingly, I'm excited about expanding water reuse in our state. Reused water can be used for snowmaking at New Mexico's great ski resorts. Our beloved golf greens can be sprinkled with reused water. And, to escape this heat, many New Mexicans are flocking to swimming pools that need to be constantly refilled with water. Okay, thanks for allowing me to present, and please approve the expanded water reuse proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. Dolores, not sure what the last name is there. Oh, yes, thank you. I just couldn't read the handwriting. You would spell your name for the transcript first.
Okay. Delora Jesus, DELORAHESUSE.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Water Commissioners. My name is Delora Jesus. I am a Navajo Alati from Naizi and Liebrecht, New Mexico. Many people don't understand our Native American heritage and the fact that many individual Navajo Nation members, such as I, call Alatis own private lands and minerals underneath them. These lands were given to our great-grandparents to exchange for citizenship, and we have rights as citizens and landowners to develop our lands for oil and gas as we see it. I have participated along with other Navajo Alatis in many environmental reviews, meetings, and planning process over decades. We are very active and careful about how we use our water and develop our oil and gas. I frequently go out to a recycling water site in Kimboto, New Mexico, that is 4 miles from my home. I have been checking and observing that site, and it's always been clean and well maintained. Water being used in the Naizi area by the companies. Operators are using temporary lay flat above ground lines to monitor water from supply sources to wells being completed. 1, this reduces truck traffic volumes. 2, and it associates emissions, including dust. The lay flat lines are also utilized in existing roadways and pipeline routes. The lay flat lines are always closing, monitored during their use. Water supply wells. Some operators are drilling water supply wells to the strata formation water. From this formation is non-potable, non-considerate fresh water, and offer a source of water for completion activities. Some operators are blending produced water with Entrada water for use in completion with these activities. To the best of my knowledge, the activities being conducted in the immediate area where I live, Naizi Chapter House boundaries, use this approach for water management when completing oil and gas wells. We have a good relationship with all the oil companies. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jesus. Is there anyone else in the room? Ma'am, come up to the table. And you as well. Tell me your name. All right, I called earlier, but I'll call you next. Okay. Hello. If you
Hello.
would state and spell your names.
My name is Patricia Vasquez, Patricia Killeen Vasquez. That's Patricia Killeen, Vasquez, Vasquez.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of Albuquerque and a member of many organizations for 20 years, including PTA and a lot of soccer clubs. A decade, I've been in New Mexico an educator for 30 years, and I am a national golf demographics researcher. My sister is a golf executive in Portland. So my heritage for more than 120 years has been to support the cattle and livestock industry here in New Mexico. My father was a beef producer, an order buyer. My grandfather, a partner in Swift Meats. He was the partner of Swift and Henry of Kansas City. And my great-grandfather was the superintendent of the Chicago stockyards. So my feelings and my knowledge of fracking is heartfelt, and I've been thinking about it for New Mexico. I've been in the hospitality industry for many years. I'm 64, and I stand before you and implore you protect New Mexico's water and soil by banning fracking for our state, our great state. I spent 3 years with my husband, who is a media content provider in Spanish at the Pemex complex in Mexico City. I've seen their aquifers, toured the world, and I saw 17 nuclear power plants. And I've spent hundreds of hours with the Baker Institute in Houston, learning as a student, basically, energy innovation. My sister's a soil biologist. My brother's a 40-year veteran of South American oil and gas botany restoration, Dr. Tim Killeen. And so I think for this state, we turn around, we stop. Recently, I was on a flight to Portland from Albuquerque on Spirit, and they flew along the Mexican border. And I was shocked at all the economic development that has evolved along the border. This requires water, clean water. So with repurposing, I guess I don't know all of the rules. In golf, I've seen it used a lot. Thousands of golf courses, municipal, private, and
please wrap up.
So anyway, I was also trained as a stationer. So I live next to Intel, and Intel supports a clothing bank. I made these flowers with eagles, and I'd like to share them for your desk to remind you that we have a beautiful state. And so here's a little show and tell about what Kansas looks like when there's no water.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Caton? If you would spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Doyle, Doyle. Last name Caton, Caton.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay, first I'd like to say I'm not an expert in anything. I'm 90 years old. I've spent a good part of my life gathering, analyzing, and moving information as a strategic intelligence analyst, and mostly with NASA and moving scientific and technical information on almost any of those subjects. I can find the source and answer the questions, but just wouldn't have time to do it now. However, I grew up in Oklahoma in the oil patch. My family lost 3 Sweetwater wells in the 70s, 60s that broke, and it was because a law of 1919 was broken. That law required the operators, if they abandoned a well that didn't have enough oil, to plug it below the Sweetwater veins. A lot of people didn't do that. When they started secondary recovery in the 50s and 60s, pushing salt water in to move the oil out, water came back up and ruined our wells. But right now, I can guarantee you, having spent a lot of my life in the technological world, particularly with NASA, water can be cleaned and energy is needed. And it's a matter of human behavior and enforcement and making it happen. The technology is there, the resources are there. It's the job of managing it. And if anyone would like to find any information on that, I could probably put you in touch with someone that knows a lot more than I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caden. Is there anyone else in the room who's here to offer comment at this session? We will have another session at 9 in the morning and another session 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And again, you always have the option of submitting a written statement to Pam Jones anytime before we adjourn. All right, let's go back to the technical, sorry?
For us to recycle this sound system.
Should we take a 10-minute break? Is that what? Okay. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:15. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
No, it sounds fine.
All right, we are back after a short break. Dr. Vengosh, if you are on the platform, would you turn your camera on again? And Ms. Nanasi, come back to the front table, please. Ms. Taylor? Oh, okay. Okay.
You back on?
Okay. Yes. Oh, is Dr. Vengosh on the platform?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Terrific. All right, we are back after a lunch break and a lengthy public comment session. We are returning to the technical case. Apparently, Commissioner McWilliams, who is on the platform, was unable to unmute herself earlier. So let me ask Commissioner McWilliams if you have questions of Dr. Vengosh.
Yes, this is Commissioner McWilliams. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. No, I do not have any questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fry, I understand you have questions.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on some things that Chair Thompson was asking about. And you had mentioned having third-party observers, which I thought was an interesting idea. But I was wondering, you have seen the proposed rules, correct?
Correct.
And did you look over the notice of intent section?
I may, I'm not sure now specifically what you're referring.
So let's see, forget where down it is. It's in 20.6.8.400, and it's like towards the bottom, like the last 1/3. And I'm just curious if you reviewed those, because in my mind, it addresses a lot of what you're talking about. Maybe not specific to third-party observers, but for example, it says for notice of intent, they must include. Let me see it now. I can't find it. But they must report data back to the state, which I think, it's worth clarifying with the state. Would this be public record? But would that get at a little bit of the ability of people to verify the data?
Well, when you do, we are talking now, we are not talking about, it's important to emphasize that in this stage of, at least my understanding, you're talking about a research. You're not talking about kind of a routine process, which you are taking wastewater and you have regulation and you are having that. You're doing experiment, which you want to see how you could treat the water and what is the validity of those treatment facilities and how good they are to be able to meet the standards. So the language in the new ruling doesn't really, it's very vague and very not specific. So bringing data to the commission doesn't mean anything really. What data? What kind of data they were going to bring? Maybe they bring only the data that they like to show. How transparent is the process? So in this and in this kind of experiment that you're talking about, it sounds like research. And when you're doing research, you have to get peer review evaluation on your research. And that's the idea of a third party validation to see if the research that was conducted is following up all the rules of what you do when you're conducting such a research. So this, I think the language in this new rule is not enough. It's not sufficient. It's great that they bring the data for evaluation and making a public access, but how do you know that this is the only data? How do you know that this is comprehensive? What data it would contain? Is it contain all constituents that we know exist in oil produced water? Does it including data of constituents that the oil industry in fracking additives that are not revealed to the information to the public thus far? So this kind of language is too it's too kind of lame and too general to really evaluate how good this experiment is going to be performed and how the quality of the treated oil produced water going to be achieved through this kind of experiment.
If anyone, it says implementing a demonstration project, excuse me. If they have within the rule, they are to report all lab analyses, but all water contaminants in untreated produced water and treated produced water, to help develop standards and regulations. You don't feel like that's enough? Like, what more do you think should be in there?
The-
Like if we were just to fix that section.
Yes, I need this section to be elaborate and to be very specific, are to include all the contaminants. The determination of standard cannot be determined by the entity conducting the experiment. It should be conducted by the commission or by other entities, not by the people on the ground who are doing this experiment. My point is that in the language that is not specific, you can put everything. You can put, oh, I removed that constituent and therefore in that percentage and everything is fine. You need to make sure that the self kind of imposed things that mentioned earlier by one of the commission is indeed happening. And unfortunately, from my experience, it doesn't work in the real world. It doesn't work where the industry, any type of industry, having their own ruling and their own monitoring to be the way to protect the environment. It maybe sounds very harsh and radical, but that is the fact that we see all across the US. Then we have different types of industries. When they have self-regulation, it doesn't work. So we need, and you need, to protect, as your aim, your mission is protect water and soil and health in New Mexico, is to establish the correct parameters of this experiment in which you define what are the known parameters, what are the unknowns, including the additives that are so far has not been revealed to the public. We need to know what are the constituents there, and we need to know how to treat them. So the industry have to work with the commission to provide this information, and then how we treat those constituents, and then what are the expected threshold standard to be established, and that should be established by the commission, not by the industry or by the agency of conducting those experiments.
So is this where you're talking about a third party to review what is being given to the state? I'm unclear about that.
I mean, there are different mechanisms, but one of them would be a third party, independent party. I would say one of the universities in New Mexico, and I have no connection whatsoever. So I'm coming really an objective way. So one, and get them funding to be able to do that work and objectively, that they are not biased by industry, nor by environmental groups at the same time, and have them as a third party involved in the project. You can do call for proposal like we're doing in NSF and other federal agencies that have the capacity and the knowledge and the background to do that. And they would act as messengers from the commission to be able to monitor and to validate the result of this experiment.
Dr. Ben Ghosh, hold on just 1 second, please. If there's anyone in the room who has their laptop on and is not muted, please mute yourself. Turn off your sound entirely. We're thinking they've tried everything else they can think of to try to get rid of that echo online, and that's just a request they're making of folks in the room. Please mute whatever devices you have. Okay, all right, go ahead, Commissioner Fry.
So New Mexico State University, they have the Produced Water Consortium that is partnering with the state to collect data basically on produced water. They've produced high-level peer-reviewed papers. I'm wondering, is that the kind of partnership you're talking about? The kind of third party that would be involved with the any companies doing pilot projects?
Yes, as long as they don't get funding from the industry that make them biased, sure.
Okay, I think that clears up in my mind what what you were meaning about third parties. So thank you very much, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is infuriating. All right, so we turn then, if there are no other commission questions, to the questions by the parties, and we begin with Mr. Wexler. Until they do have someone else they're calling in to help us with this sound issue. In the meantime, I can only ask you to speak slowly. Mr. Wexler?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Van Gosh. My name is Jeff Wexler. I represent NMOGA in this proceeding. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I have some questions about your testimony having to do with the Chiltepin recycling plant. And for reference, I'll point you to page 4, lines 11 to 14. I think that's where you start your discussion of this, although you mentioned it a couple times in your 8-page testimony. Is that right?
I believe so. I'm trying to understand what you're aiming to explicitly.
I'm just giving you a reference for the testimony you gave about the plant. That research was conducted at the Chiltepin recycling plant in Pecos, Texas. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the facility was operated by Select Water?
I am not. We, in this process, we were focusing on the chemistry of the water, not on the all management that's surrounding how this water being used. We try to kind of separate ourselves from the management, how the water was asked before, how the water was reused and all that. We just focus only on the chemistry, what's in the water. The only information we got was water, and from various reasons. So the only information we got is the water themselves, which we analyze if the water being part pre and post treatment. That's the only information we got from this facility.
I'm going to follow up on that, Dr. Van Gosh. I think I understood everything you said, but there are some technical difficulties. Am I correct then that you looked at the water chemistry, but you did not evaluate how the water was being treated?
We have information about the treatment, which was suggested. What we understood, it was used by putting into an open reservoir, which basically aeration in the pit. And that was the method that we were informed on that, but not detailed information.
Are you familiar with the term fit for purpose treatment?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with the term fit for purpose treatment?
Term what? I cannot really hear you.
Fit for purpose?
Fit for purpose? Not really.
Do you understand the Chiltepin facility is a recycling plant? Is that right?
Yeah.
If I understood your answer to Commissioner Brankert's question, you're not aware of how the water from this facility was going to be used. Is that correct?
Yes, I think. Okay, go on.
Are you familiar generally with the term recycling facility?
Yes.
And so at a recycling facility, they subject the produced water to minimal treatment, and then they reuse the water for fracking fluid. Is that your understanding?
Just hold on. I have a call, but I cannot answer.
Hold on, Dr. Van Gosh.
Yes.
So are you aware then that the water at the Chiltepin recycling plant was never intended to be discharged?
Again, we disconnect ourselves with the purpose of this water. So I cannot really answer your question yes or no, because we in purpose were because of different reason of the people at the plant, we were not provide information about the reuse purposes of how this treated water were used further on. So I cannot really answer your question.
And so is that also, would you give the same answer if I asked you if you know whether the water was intended for reuse outside of the oil and gas industry?
That's what I keep saying, that I don't, because we were explicitly we're saying that this information is not available for us. We are only as part of the master student to understand the chemistry of this produced water.
You mentioned earlier, please finish.
So yeah, so that was the purpose of that, and to see how putting the water in a pit, this oil produced water in a pit, would have any effect on the organic constituents, on the total organic. We didn't go into specific for the organic in that study, and basically we saw no impact for this pit aeration.
Did you just say that you did not go or you did not study the inorganic constituents?
No, we analyzed the inorganic constituents and we measured the organic, the total organic carbon of this waste, of this produced water.
So talking about the treatment that occurred at this Chiltepin recycling facility, you understand that they did some minor treatment to remove hydrocarbons, right?
Yes. Again, without any knowledge about the purpose of this treatment and how it's going to be utilized.
They also treated the produced water to remove suspended solids.
Could be, yeah.
You don't know?
I am aware that obviously the occurrence of suspended solid, and aware of that those pits can reduce the suspended solid from produced water. Yep, like any other waste that we know that coming from any other sources.
In your testimony at page 4, you talk about total ammonia, nitrogen, ammonium, and inorganic constituents. You see that?
Yes.
The water at the Chiltepin recycling facility was not treated for total ammonia, nitrogen, right?
Apparently.
The water at that facility was also not treated for other inorganic constituents, right?
We measure inorganic constituents. Yes.
I understand you measured it. What I'm saying is the facility did not actually treat produced water to remove inorganic constituents.
Apparently, that's the result showing.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Van Gosh?
Your Honor, my questions are asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Dr. Van Gogh, could you put him back on the screen, please?
He will come back on the screen when he speaks.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Just ask your questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Van Gosh. My name is Liz Taylor, and I represent Select Water Solutions in this proceeding. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And I just want to follow up on the recycling plant. And I've just had a couple of follow-up questions. I am looking at the master's paper that I believe you referred to before by your student, Carly Osborne. Do you have that?
I can get it. What is the question?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to remind you that I can't tell the page number on this one because I'm looking at my phone. On page 4 of the paper, I'm just going to read you a sentence and then I'm just going to ask you if you're familiar with that. And it says the plant, meaning this Chiltepin recycling plant, the plant was constructed to treat produced water for reuse for new hydraulically fractured wells, as it can be sold at a lower price than fresh water and save on disposal costs. It is with this intention that the technology is vetted, but not clear conclusion of treatment capability can be determined without testing samples with potential methods identified. Do you recall that from the paper?
I believe what you're saying is correct. I'm not, I don't see it in front of me right now, but I'm sure you're doing it, reading it correctly.
Thank you, sir. And so with that understanding, then, would you agree with me that the purpose of the plant was to recycle water for use within the oil field for other fracking purposes?
Likely, but as we said, the objective
Oh,
of
no,
this-
that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, do we have time to let him finish his answer? He was
Sure.
beginning it. Go ahead, Dr. Van Goes.
No, I'm a bit stunned by your question and by your kind of intention. The idea of the study that we conducted was to see what's in produced water and if this kind of aeration does anything for the wastewater. There's no any intention nor evaluation, because we didn't get this information, how this wastewater is going to be performed. I understand what you're saying, that this water was not intended to be released outside from the waste from the oil and gas facilities. Maybe not, I don't know that, but we never got this information. But the point is that this type of pit aeration doesn't do anything in terms of the dissolved constituents in the oil produced water. And the point of highlighting this study is just to say what's in it. And that's, I think, the major issues that need to be mentioned to the committee, which is consistent with so many other studies that some of them were mentioned earlier about the constituents that occur in oil produced water.
So if the water is intended to be used for hydraulic fracturing, which is what the paper says, are you aware that its use would not be regulated by the Water Quality Control Commission?
I don't know about the ruling if wastewater can recycle for fracking should be regulated or not. I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of New Mexico's Oil Conservation Division?
Yes,
And are
somehow,
you
in
aware?
general, yeah.
And are you aware that we call it the OCD, the initials for Oil Conservation Division? Are you aware that the OCD regulates use of produced water in the oil fields?
I'm not familiar with all this thing, no.
Okay. Now I'll just move on to another topic. You have testified that treated produced water should be evaluated for all chemicals at all stages of treatment. Is that correct?
Should be monitored for all the constituents that occur in oil produced water, including those that we are not aware of them. Yep.
And at all stages of treatment, correct?
No, I'm not recall that I say in all stages. The point is that not a different stage of treatment, but rather what would be the final product that coming from the treatment.
All right, thank you. And you have said you're concerned about produced water that having organic and inorganic chemicals that may not be included in New Mexico's water quality standards, right?
Correct.
Have you reviewed New Mexico's surface water quality standards?
I believe I know that because I know the EPA aquatic life standard, which is the one that we use across the US. for allowing waste to be disposed in surface water. And I know the constituents in this regulation, in this kind of rule of the, not rule, kind of guidelines, values of the EPA.
Likewise, have you reviewed New Mexico's groundwater quality standards?
I have not reviewed, but I'm familiar for across the country for all groundwater, for many states of the groundwater regulation, and definitely they are very overlapping across the state.
Would you agree with me that even if the standards do not address a particular constituent, that fact is irrelevant if the treated produced water did not contain that constituent?
Sometimes it's relevant and sometimes it's not exist. So there is many of those regulation, and that's my point, are having missing component that exists in oil and field produced water. And therefore using only them would miss the point and miss constituents that exist in oil and gas produced water. That is my major message, which is a common sense for everyone, I think, in this room to understand that if you have X and Y regulation of standard and the produced water has 100 more, that is a problem, and you need to address those 100 that did not exist in the standard. Now you can have an opposite situation that some of the standard have values of constituents that not exist in the produced water, but that is kind of a two sides for the same thing. That's why you need to tailor to be specific about the regulation of oil and gas produced water, about the standard that need to be developed.
So one constituent you seem to be particularly concerned about is radium. Is that correct?
One of them. Mm-hmm.
And are you aware that New Mexico's surface water quality standards have a standard for radium?
I know that the EPA have standard for drinking water, and so I'm sure that the drinking water in New Mexico will follow that.
Would you be, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Are you aware that New Mexico groundwater quality standards have a standard for radium?
It could be. I'm not aware that, again, I'm aware of other states. I'm not aware what is the value of the radium standard in New Mexico. I would assume that because of you have a lot of private wells, which are not regulated by the EPA drinking water regulation, the groundwater standard will follow the EPA regulation for drinking water for radium.
And then I just have, I think, one other area or a couple other areas. So I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's assume hypothetically that there are known toxic constituents in treated produced water for which New Mexico has not yet adopted water quality standards. Okay. Is it your position that the proposed water reuse rule should be rejected by the Commission until it contains proposed standards for those constituents?
So your hypothesis is kind of, I don't understand it. What do you mean? That all treated, so there is a miracle that all those constituents are removed from? I'm trying to understand what your question.
No, sir. I'm asking about standards here. So you have said that your concern is that not all of the toxins and constituents of produced water have standards, right?
Right.
So let's assume that, and let's say that's the state of the art today, which is your contention. So as a
You're disconnect?
Oh, no, you haven't disconnected. I don't think. Were you on the microphone, Mr. Nasi? Okay. I'm sorry. Make your objection again. It doesn't sound very amplified. Maybe bring it a little closer. Okay. Is
Original one. Yeah.
it's not amplified. Was there a handheld out there? Thank you, Mr. Wexler.
She could make her objection here. Mine works. Awkward.
No? Okay. The second prayer is a microphone tester. No. All right.
Let me withdraw the question, try again.
Okay. We're going to start over, Dr. Van Gosh.
Okay.
So, Dr. Van Gosh, let me just see if you understand my hypothetical. My hypothetical is that there are known toxic constituents in treated produced water, and New Mexico does not yet have water quality standards for those constituents. Okay?
Okay.
And then is it your position, based on that the proposed water reuse rule should be rejected by the commission until it contains proposed standards for those constituents?
I'm not sure I understand the hypothesis, but the second part of your question is yes, we need to know what's very simple. I don't know why you're making it so complicated. We need to know exactly what's in the oil produced water, and we need to know and to address accordingly what are the standards that need to be and standard and explicit standard that should be used after the treatment in order to make the oil produced water usable.
So then, let me just ask one follow-up question. So in your opinion, is the proposed rule premature?
Is lacking some basic explicit language. That's what I mentioned. It's vague without the sufficient information of what is treated water and how you defined it and how you allow to be allowed to be reused.
Is it a simpler way to say that for me? Is the current rule as proposed incomplete?
I don't want to give names for anything. I just highlight the key aspect that I think this proposal is lacking is specification and not using vague kind of language, but rather have a very specific information about the contaminants and about the standards, and if possible, also about the method from which those contaminants can be removed as part of the treatment process.
And I have one final area. In your testimony earlier today, you seemed to be critical of the notice of intent process because it did not deal with the waste stream that would be produced from experimental projects. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I didn't hear any criticism of the NOI process itself, the information requested by the Environment Department in the process of the notice of intent process. Did I miss something?
Don't ask me about that. Ask them, I guess.
May I have just a moment? I need to grab my.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, yes. Okay, thanks.
Dr. Van Gogh, I want to direct you to the proposed rule, and it's this part 8. Notice of intent process. And one thing it says is that so it's C2 under the notice of intent, and it says persons implementing demonstration projects or industrial projects shall submit to the department all research results, including lab analyses of all water contaminants in the untreated produced water. So if they're giving you lab analyses of all water contaminated or all water contaminants, I'm sorry, in the untreated produced water, does that address your concern about knowing what is in the untreated produced water?
No, because you can do, a lab would have a specific constituents that they can measure and will measure, but they miss a long list of other constituents that they don't have the capacity to analyze. So, so the rule should include all constituents a priori that provide guidelines to the entity that conduct the analysis and the measurement, what to measure. Because saying that you need to show what you have, you might not have enough. And that's one of the key aspects of when you're talking about oil produced water. You're only looking, as I mentioned in the beginning of my testimony earlier today, you are like in a dark cave and you're looking at the light, and what you see is not really the comprehensive information. We see only partial part of the constituents in oil produced water. And probably they also change over time as well. So it's even more complicated in that, since we know what's happened to flowback and all that. But theoretically, you can mix everything to get homogeneous solution, as mentioned earlier. But the point is that given the entity who conducting this experiment, saying, okay, you do analysis and take us and send us and we look and see you're doing okay. First of all, you need to know who's going to oversee that. And second, they may miss critical constituents that occur in oil produced water without, even without bad intention, just because they don't know. And therefore you declare as being treated water, wastewater, but in fact you don't, and you introduce a new contaminant or additional contaminant that you were not aware, and still call it a treated wastewater. So that's why this ruling have to be explicit in including as much as we know, and also demand from the industry to provide the unknown constituents that they know what's in the produced water, to make sure that we are able to do this monitoring. And given the complexity of that, I think that just providing lab analysis to the commission without some expert or really someone in the field that understand that, it's becoming just meaningless. You need to have someone in a real time to understand what's the data is, and that's what my third-party verification notice that I mentioned earlier.
I just want to direct you to one more part of the rule, and that's under 400C, still notice of intent, under 1A, Part C, notice of intent, number 1A, and then Romanet, which is little 3 I's and 3 4's. And this is for any person who wants to do a demonstration project. So it's the person in control of the produced water. They have to give to the department information about the concentration of water contaminants in the untreated produced water used in the demonstration project. Now that would be the entity that wants to use the produced water that their company produces for a demonstration project. They're the guys who know what's in it, right?
They may not. That's the point. This company may missing some constituents that exist there. That's my point.
But they would be in the best position to know what's in the water, wouldn't they?
They may some knowledge, but not necessarily comprehensive.
But if they produce the water, just go with the hypothetical here. If they're the ones in control of produced water, putting the chemicals in for the fracking, analyzing the flowback water, and they know what's in it, they would be in the position to say what all the constituents and all the contaminants are in that produced water, right?
Objection. This assumes a fact that is not in evidence and it's actually incorrect. The rule says any person intending to use produced water. This doesn't say that they are the oil producer. That's not in the rule. So it's assuming a fact that's not in evidence.
All right. And do you want to rephrase your question, Ms.
Yes, ma'am. This is a hypothetical that let's say that the company that, which can be considered a person generally, the company that wants to have a demonstration project wants to have the right to have that demonstration project. Part of the requirements is to disclose all constituents in the produced water. Wouldn't you agree that they're in the best position and most likely know all of the constituents that are in the produced water that their company produced?
But if following your line of thinking, why those companies never revealed the information of the additive of hydraulic fracturing in the water? Why this information has not been revealed to the public? So why now?
Excuse me, doctor, that's not my question.
It
My
is,
question
well,
is-
it's relevant because
No,
if
it's
you
not.
say,
No,
Hold on.
I don't need to argue with you here,
Hold
but
on.
you're not answering my question.
I'm answering very well because they haven't done so, why they would do it now?
Because there's a new rule that requires it, I would say. In order for them to have a demonstration project, they have to disclose all the constituents and contaminants in the produced water under this rule.
So that would be a kind of a hallelujah day because this hasn't been for the last, how many years you have hydraulic fracturing in this country, so which information has not been revealed. So great, if this information would be revealed with all the constituents in this thing. And again, I want you to take your attention to the paper that was mentioned earlier that found other constituents that were not aware of the hydraulic fracturing. So even the oil company, as much as they know what's in the additive they put into hydraulic fracturing, they may not be aware of all other constituents that can be associated with that as well. So yes, that will be great if this information becoming available. But given that what we see from literature, from this peer review study, it seems that there are other constituents that were not even aware before. And therefore, that's why we need a research. We need this third party of someone who understand and someone without a bias. And the key point for your question is, you cannot let someone who control the water, own the water, and want to get rid of the water to conduct an objective scientific research. It doesn't work. It never worked before.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Cox, do you have questions for Dr. Van Gosh?
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Mr. Hightower?
Dr. Bickos, I just have a couple of questions. In your testimony this morning, you mentioned that produced water should not be reused without very extensive treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as extensive treatment, I think you mentioned that the treatment technologies that need to be used should be able to address things like salinity. Is that correct?
Among many others.
Right. I'm going to list a couple, and I'll just, instead of doing it all at once, I'll just go through these to show that there's 8 or 9 that probably are important based upon your testimony, I think. So one would be salinity. Is that true?
Salinity, you said?
Yes. Salts?
Yes. Yes.
Organics?
Yes.
Radionuclides?
Yes.
Ammonia, for example?
Ammonium, yes. It's
Yes.
the molecular of ammonium.
Some of the forever chemicals like PFAS?
It's mentioned earlier that was only one
Right.
study suggested that.
You also mentioned metals?
Yep, there's a wide range of of organics matter that's part of the hydrocarbon and part of that. Yeah.
And I think you also mentioned frac chemicals.
The additives that being used.
Correct.
For fracking.
That's right. So those are some of the analytes that you mentioned that need to be removed to through this extensive treatment system.
Objection to the form of the question. The actual testimony from Dr. Van Gogh is that there needs to be multiple treatments for different constituents.
And I agree that that's what he said. So if I didn't make that clear, I'm fine with that. So in the typical nomenclature of engineering and treatment, we generally call those a treatment train, where there are multiple steps that remove multiple sets of constituents to get to a final product, water. So the question is, in your talking about an extensive treatment system, then we're looking at some type of treatment train. Is that a fair analysis or assessment?
Well, I'm not sure about how you define it. You have to use multiple, obviously in sequence of methods in order to remove and having different technologies for remove the different constituents from this produced water. Yeah.
So you have multiple treatment processes to get to the level of extensive treatment that you believe is necessary. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned then that without this extensive treatment, the produced water should not be utilized. So a raw produced water is something that has had no treatment. Therefore, you would imply that that's water should not be used. We should only be using, I'll let you answer that question. I shouldn't do two questions. Is that true that raw produced water should not be utilized because it has not been treated?
Except for, as we talked previously about perhaps recycle into hydraulic fracturing activity within the facilities. But other than that, from my experience, from my scientific data that I've seen, for any time we see oil produced water environment, we see impact, and the impact could be direct contamination of the water or even direct contamination of the soil, in which, for example, radionuclide will accumulate over time and generate a high radioactive site.
All right. And so as you've mentioned, then we're looking at extensive treatment for uses of produced water outside the oil and gas industry for whatever applications that those may be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that that's fine. I think that Professor Thompson discussed that in detail. I do have one last question, and that was about the constituents of concern. And in industry, we generally talk about targeted analysis of constituents. Those are constituents that we know could exist in produced water. And you mentioned that those are important to analyze for the organics, the radionuclides. And then we find also in produced water, as you have noted, analytes or constituents that we maybe weren't aware of. And so in the analytical side, we often call that non-target analysis. So are you suggesting a non-target analysis needs to be conducted in conjunction with targeted analysis of produced water?
Absolutely. I think you nailed it very well.
Okay, with that compliment, I'm going to end right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower. Mr. Davis. Thank you. Ms. Fox. Thank you. And Mr. Knight. I see him walking toward the dais.
kind of adjust. Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Andrew Knight. I represent the New Mexico Environment Department. And I just have a few questions. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Would you agree that the term treatment is an ambiguous term without reference to which contaminants you are concerned about and what the end goal of that treatment is?
I do.
You've testified that research still needs to be conducted for determining potential treatment methods for produced water. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. And I think the comment of the other gentleman for non-target constituents is really nailed it in a way that we think we know. We have a wide range of contaminants we know, but there are co-occurring other contaminants that we don't know that need to be screening and to make sure we including them in the treatment process.
And would you agree with me that that produced water research projects should be prohibited from discharging to the ground or surface waters of the state?
As long as we don't know what's in there, definitely.
Would a rule that provides the framework to support research be beneficial so long as it prevented any discharges to ground or surface water?
Yes, and including also, as I mentioned earlier, a management of the waste streams that's coming from the treatment itself. So it have to be make sure that first that the treated water is not being released to the environment in any way, and B, that the waste stream is well protected and well managed.
Are you aware that New Mexico has spill reporting regulations?
I'm not sure I'm aware of what you mean by that.
Under the Groundwater Quality Act, the Commission has promulgated regulations requiring reporting and cleanup of spills of contaminants that could affect ground or surface waters. Are you familiar with those regulations?
No.
Are you aware that the New Mexico Water Quality Act also has provisions that cover falsifying data, and that those provisions include civil and criminal penalties for violations?
I have no idea about that.
I think in your, maybe not in your testimony, but in your answers to some of the commissioner's questions, you suggested that New Mexico should form a group of individuals to evaluate the scientific evidence available regarding produced water. Would the contaminants that this group would be evaluating, the contaminants that should be produced water should be screened for, would those include constituents that are used in the NPDES permitting program?
Well, yes, but this program is insufficient to address all the contaminants that are including in all produced water. So that's why it's kind of a very small number of constituents that should be included. But it just, as I mentioned earlier, those standards are insufficient. They are very limited, and it's not enough.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, for the chemistry of all produced water.
Would whole effluent toxicity also be an important methodology?
I believe so. If one of the depends what is the use, but yes, definitely. If is this going to have aquatic impact, that will be one of the way to include in those testing, definitely.
And as I believe you mentioned earlier, non-targeted analysis you feel is also an important methodology.
Absolutely.
Regarding laboratory analysis in the academic sphere, do academic researchers require a quality assurance plan, quality management plan, or equivalent to ensure that procedures, data integrity, and quality controls are implemented?
So now you're touching an interesting question. There are many certified, and I hope I'm not offending anyone in the room in my next sentences. There are many certified labs that's working on hundreds of thousands of samples and working also on cases. When you see contamination, you send it to the certified lab, which follow all those procedures that you mentioned, and you get kind of objective numbers. But the research lab, however, some of them are part of certified labs, some of them are not. But the quality of research that's conducted in those labs, I would say, is high and superior on the quality of analysis in commercial lab, because the people who work on that are dedicated, and it's being published in peer-reviewed studies. For example, when we measure radium, we were participated in a large program that measure radium in hundreds of labs across the US and being able to compare the data between us. When we are part of the US Geological Survey, a monitoring program that send the same sample to hundreds of labs across the US, and we show that our analytical capacity is good and consistent with those other labs. So I would say we may officially not certified labs, but in terms of analytical and the quality of the data, I think in many of those research systems are as good, if not better, than those certified labs. I'm sorry for the long answer.
No, that's fine. And finally, is there a single standard that academic entities utilize that is equivalent to the EPA's requirements regarding quality assurance and quality control of laboratory analysis?
I'm not aware if there's a common tool. Usually it's conducted through, as I mentioned, a lab comparison, a national program that for different constituents. And basically, the prestige of a researcher depends on the quality of his or her research. And the people who are conducting it are not technicians, are PhD students, and all their future depends on the performance. But I'm not aware if there is a national-wide academic kind of criteria for performance of a lab.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Nasi, do you have any redirect?
I have just a couple of questions. Thank you. Dr. Van Gogh, thank you so much for your testimony. I know it's been a long day. I just wanted to ask you if you still had the rule pulled up, and if you could go.
I need to look for that. Maybe you write to tell me what there, so it will be easier for me.
Okay, well, in the rule, it says 20.6.8.400C. It says notice of intent, and then it says 1. Any person intending to use produced water for an authorized use under subsection B above shall submit to the Groundwater Quality Bureau of the Department a produced water notice of intent prior to use. Do you think that any person should be allowed to conduct experiments with produced water?
No, because I think you need to know. I think we are not there. I think it's kind of jumping into into the future where all the regulation has been determined and all the standard has been set. Without that, we are kind of in a situation that, again, as I mentioned, the ruling is very vague. You need to be, I'm not even worried about who is the person, but I'm not worried what he or she or what this entity going to measure and to see. None of this is being specific, as I keep saying. So therefore, in this experimental, we are still in the research or experimental stage. It have to be conducted as research with all the peer review, with all the verification, with, as I mentioned, and so on. Once New Mexico will reach to the point that we know what's in produced water, how to treat it, and what's the standard of what we call treated produced water, and we have this ruling kind of becoming a very explicit, then the next stage is how to handle actual implementation of the ruling. But I think we are far away from this, as mentioned. I hope it's answered your question.
Thank you. Could you tell us, for the record, a picogram per milliliter? What is that measurement?
A picogram, so there are different types of water standard. So the common water standard for major elements in the water is milligram per liter, ppm. The next level for trace element is parts per billion. It's microgram per liter. And then the next level is PPT, is a nanogram per liter. Usually it's per liter, it's not for milliliters, so that's kind of a little bit confusing. So we should keep with the liter type. And then theoretically, after that, you can go to a picogram per liter, which is one for, I think, 1 to 12 digit in terms of concentration.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anasi, is there any reason not to excuse Dr. Van Gosh?
Dr. Van Gosh, thank you so much for all your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Van Gosh.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Shall we take a short break before we turn to the next witness, who I believe will be an NMOCA witness? Is that true? All right. So let's just take 10 minutes to 3:30. No, don't insult the witness. So before we begin with Mr. Jacoby, Ms. Shaheen, would you please give us some plan or outline for NMOCA's witnesses going forward?
Check. There we go. I can tell you what it was this morning, but now that Dr. Van Gosh took as much time as he did, I'm not sure how it will go forward. We were planning on having Mr. McCurdy testify after Mr. Jacoby today. That might not happen. And then, so I'm not sure who will go on in the morning, whether it will be Mr. McCurdy or Mr. D'Antonio. But Dr. Balch is available after 11 tomorrow.
Thank you very much for sharing all of that.
Of course.
All righty. I'm sorry, Mr. Dodd.
I'm just not sure. When is Dr. Tischler going?
Oh,
like the reason I bring this up, Madam Hearing Officer, is just because I was given I'm sorry. The reason I bring this up is I was given a completely different order of witnesses yesterday with Mr. Jacoby going second to last.
I
So
understand
now
there's been movement.
And I'm just trying to get a firm, we're in their case now, and I'm just trying to get a firm sort of commitment. This will be the order so that I can adequately ensure that we've got everything ready.
Okay, do you have something about Mr. Tischler?
I believe Mr. Tischler will go last, but I cannot make a firm commitment as to anyone at this time.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, if you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
My first name is Lawrence, Lawrence, and my last name is Jacoby, Jacobi.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shaheen.
Thank you. Mr. Jacoby, what is your current employment?
My current employment is I'm an independent consultant, and my company name is Jacoby Consulting.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degrees in nuclear engineering from Texas A&M University and a law degree from the South Texas College of Law.
Can you please briefly describe your work background?
Yes, during my graduate studies, I worked as a health physicist at the Cyclotron Institute at Texas A&M. Thereafter, I joined Houston Lighting and Power Company as a health physicist and was later promoted to supervising engineer for nuclear safety and licensing. Yes, ma'am. Is that better? Too much. Okay. As I was saying, when I joined Houston Lighting and Power Company as a health physicist, I was later promoted to supervising engineer for nuclear safety and licensing during the construction of the South Texas Project nuclear power plant. In 1982, I became the general manager of the Texas Low-Level Radioactive Waste Disposal Authority, which was organized to site a disposal site for low-level radioactive waste in Texas. In 1998, I was recruited to join EnviroCare of Texas as Vice President and General Counsel. EnviroCare of Texas was an extension of EnviroCare of Utah, a radioactive waste processing and disposal company. I decided to start my own company in 2001.
And we've attached your CV as NMOGA Exhibit 14, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you provided rebuttal testimony on behalf of NMOGA in this matter, right?
Yes.
And this was submitted as NMOGA Exhibit 12, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have that testimony before you now?
I do.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
Yes, I have one correction. On page 11, at line 209, the question there should refer to the testimony of Mr. Gom and not that of Dr. Hu.
Otherwise, is that testimony accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And you adopt that testimony today?
I do.
Let's walk through a summary of your testimony now. I have your PowerPoint up on the screen. What is the purpose of your rebuttal testimony today?
The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to rebut the testimony of Dr. Christopher Lewis, Mr. Norman Gom, Ms. Kathleen Murphy, Dr. Lee Hu, Justin Noble, and Dr. Abner Vingosh.
And have you reviewed the testimony of these folks in preparation for developing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
Have you also reviewed the proposed rule as revised by the Environment Department?
Yes, I have.
Turning back to your education and work experience for a minute, can you describe that experience that pertains directly to the subject of your testimony today?
Yes, I have a nuclear industry executive with 45 years of what I call frontline experience. I have a Bachelor of Science and an engineering degree in nuclear engineering from Texas A&M, as I said earlier. As a nuclear engineer and attorney, I provide hands-on technical assistance for licensing, construction, operation, and decommissioning of nuclear and radiological facilities. I provide also consultation on various issues related to radioactive material, including the issue of naturally occurring radioactive material in oil and gas operations.
And you also worked as a health physicist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And where was that?
I started out as doing health physics work at the Cyclotron Institute at Texas A&M. Pardon me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand you. What I was saying is I started out as a health physicist at the Cyclotron Institute at Texas A&M. And when I joined Houston Lighting and Power Company, I joined as a health physicist and was later promoted to supervising engineer of nuclear safety and licensing.
And what were your responsibilities during that time?
My responsibilities as a supervising engineer for licensing was I was responsible for the preparation and maintenance of the final safety analysis report and environmental reports for the South Texas Project Nuclear Generating Station. That job included communication with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission and other state and federal agencies.
And did these tasks relate to ensuring proper disposal of waste containing radioactive materials in order to protect human health and the environment?
Yes,
And thereafter, you went to the Texas Low-Level Waste Disposal Authority, and you were there for 17 years. Is that right?
that's correct. I left the agency after 16 and a half years, actually.
And what were your responsibilities during that time?
I was the chief operating officer of the agency, responsible for all operations of the authority, subject only to the orders of the board of directors.
And did this responsibility relate to ensuring proper disposal of waste containing radioactive materials in order to protect human health and the environment?
Yes, it did.
And you worked at EnviroCare, I believe you said, after you left the disposal authority. Is that right?
That's correct. I left the authority in 1998 and joined EnviroCare of Texas as the vice president of operations and general counsel.
And what were your pertinent responsibilities at EnviroCare?
I was responsible for development and licensing of a facility for the processing and disposal of low-level radioactive waste in Texas.
And since then, in your capacity as an independent consultant, what type of expert assistance do you provide to your clients?
I actually provide a wide amount of assistance to my clients, including assistance on the management disposal of radioactive waste.
My apologies, I forgot to forward the slides. You start here by providing some background on the type of radioactive material pertinent here. What is that material?
The type of radioactive material pertinent today is naturally occurring radioactive material, frequently called by the acronym NORM.
And what particular element are we talking about?
The element that is pertinent to this hearing is radium-226, which is naturally occurring radioactive material. It's a daughter product of the decay of uranium-238. Radium is soluble in water and occasionally a contaminant of water produced during oil and gas operations.
Are there regulations relating to radium?
Yes, the New Mexico regulations at section 20.3.4.461 set the effluent concentration limits for radium at 60 picocuries per liter, and a monthly average release to sewers set at 600 picocuries per liter. The concentration limit for soil is 5 picocuries per gram, and the concentration limit for drinking water is 5 picocuries per liter. According to New Mexico regulation 20.3.14.1403, produced water from oil and gas operations is exempt from regulation if it is disposed in a class 1 or class 2 well or in a double-sided surface impoundment.
And what is NMOGA's position on radionuclides in produced water?
NMOGA opposes a prohibition on discharge of treated produced water to surface water or groundwater because the radionuclides in produced water can be readily treated with existing technologies that render the water suitable for discharge.
What about untreated water?
Under the current discharge limits for radium-226 as set out in the New Mexico Code, produced water that has less than 60 picocuries per liter of radium is safe for discharge It would not need to be treated to remove radionuclides.
Nonetheless, NMOGA is not recommending that untreated water is appropriate for discharge, is it?
No.
What are the existing treatment technologies for radionuclides?
There's a number of treatment technologies to remove radionuclides from water. They include filtration, reverse osmosis, ion exchange, or vapor treatment.
And how do these treatment technologies affect radium in produced water, and how are resulting waste disposed of?
These technologies can remove 90 to 99% of radium in processed water. The treated water would be suitable for discharge to surface water, groundwater. The resulting wastewater can be injected into an underground formation, and the solid waste can be sent to a suitable facility for disposal.
Let's start with your review of Dr. Lewis's direct testimony. What is Dr. Lewis's position?
Dr. Lewis supports a regulatory prohibition on the discharge of untreated or treated produced water to surface water or groundwater.
And what is NMOGA's response to Dr. Lewis's position?
NMOGA's position is the NMED should amend the proposed Rule 8 to allow the discharge of treated produced water to surface water or groundwater.
You've also offered testimony in rebuttal to that of the Environment Department's witness, Kathleen Murphy. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is Ms. Murphy's testimony in this regard?
Ms. Murphy alleges that the USGS produced water database has little data on radionuclides in produced water.
And what is NMOGA's response to Ms. Murphy's testimony?
It would be unfortunate to conclude that norm in produced water is a significant problem without considering all the available data to better understand the concentration of radium in produced water and how those concentrations can be adjusted by various treatment methods.
And in your testimony, you point out a paper that Ms. Murphy omitted in her testimony?
Yes.
And the accompanying data set, correct?
Yes.
And what paper is that?
It's the NMOGA Exhibit 117. It's a paper by Zhang et al. Entitled Datasets Associated with the Characterization of Produced Water in Pecos River Water in the Permian Basin, the United States. The paper includes data on radionuclides in the Permian Basin.
And have you reviewed that paper?
Yes.
Can you summarize the paper's contents as they're pertinent to your rebuttal of Ms. Murphy's testimony?
Yes, the paper includes data sets specifically associated with the characterization of produced water in the Permian Basin.
You've also offered testimony in response to that of Mr. Gom as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does Mr. Gom testify about?
Mr. Gom contests the adequacy of the Rio Puerco desalinization study. He believes that highly elevated levels of radium will be produced and questions the expense of norm disposal. He alleges that the New Mexico Produced Water Resource Consortium, I believe it is, has data on norm that has not been made public.
What does the preliminary engineering report state in this regard?
So the preliminary engineering report for the Rio Puerco desalinization study states the removal efficiency for radium will be more than 99%, reducing the gross alpha and radium isotopes from as high as 84 picocuries per liter to below 1/2 picocurie per liter.
And what about the Rio Puerco desal water studies report?
The Rio Puerco desalinization water studies report states radioactive removal range from 50 to 99%. The report also notes the combined treatment processes are effective at reducing radionuclides to well below the drinking water limit of 5 picocuries per liter.
And what is NMOGA's response to Mr. Gom's testimony?
Known treatment technologies and waste disposal options are more than adequate to remove norm and return produced water to acceptable limits. The proposed rule should be modified to permit the discharge of produced water after treatment.
You've also offered testimony in response to that of Dr. Lei Hu, correct?
Yes.
And what does Dr. Hu state about radium in produced water?
Dr. Liu states the total radium concentration in produced water from the Permian Basin is approximately 469 picocuries per liter, which exceeds the EPA drinking water limit of 5 picocuries per liter. She suggests further analyses and studies are necessary to completely understand the detriments associated with produced water, including waste disposal.
And what is NMOBA's position in regard to Dr. Hu's testimony?
Mr. Gum and Dr. Hu both acknowledge that known treatment methods like softening followed by reverse osmosis can remove virtually all radioactive material from produced water, rendering it below regulatory levels and making it available for discharge.
You also reviewed the testimony of Justin Noble, is that right?
Yes.
What was your general observations about Mr. Noble's testimony?
Mr. Noble's conclusions are based on anecdotal studies with non-technical individuals, retold from a biased viewpoint, and I believe lacking in scientific basis.
And more specifically, what does Mr. Noble testify to?
Mr. Noble makes 8 points in his testimony at pages 2 and 3. He provides 7 reasons for his opposition to the rule, which appear to be summarized in his point number 8.
And what is Mr. Noble's first reason?
Mr. Noble asserts the oil and gas industry has documented an urgent warning on the treatment and reuse of the reuse processes proposed.
And what is your response to Mr. Noble's first reason?
The reports cited for this allegation are 30 to 40-year-old reports, noting that there is a concern about norm.
And has there been additional work since then done by the industry to identify and treat potential hazards relating to norm?
Yes.
Ms. Shaheen and Mr. Jacoby, the interpreters are challenged by the speed. So if you would just slow down a little bit, and with your normal speaking voice, you're not going fast, but when you read, you are.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. May take a drink of water, maybe that'll fix things.
Thank you.
Have you reviewed Exhibit 5, which Mr. Noble relies on?
Yes, I have.
And what is the conclusion in Exhibit 5?
The authors conclude that there is limited potential for radiation exposures to the public and workers from oil and gas development. The resulting exposures are well below the natural background dose of 3.1 millisieverts and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's effective dose limit of 1 millisievert to the public.
What is Mr. Noble's second reason for his opposition to allowing reuse of produced water?
Mr. Noble asserts that produced water processing facilities in West Virginia are as radioactive as Chernobyl.
And what is your response to Mr. Noble's reason two?
That's an exaggeration that is completely untrue. There's no reasonable comparison between the quantity of radioactive material associated with produced water and that associated with the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Moreover, Mr. Noble asserts the background at the facility was 5,000 times background, but the highest radiation level at the West Virginia processing facility was measured at 3 millirem per hour. Annual background radiation in the United States is 610 millirem, which is 0.07 millirem per hour.
What are the actual facts related to this particular incident?
The totality of norm produced by the oil and gas industry in the United States doesn't come anywhere close to the amount of radioactivity that was released from the Chernobyl explosion.
What is the third reason that Mr. Noble states in support of his opposition?
Mr. Noble states or asserts that permissive rules allow the oil and gas industry to create questionable products out of oil field waste, including de-icer in the northern United States.
And what is your response to Mr. Noble's reason number three?
There was some concern about using salt-laden produced water as a de-icer on roads in the northern U.S. However, an analysis conducted by the Ohio Radiation Control Bureau showed the dose to an exposed individual to be less than the allowable annual public dose of 100 millirem per year.
And what is the status of that product now?
In an abundance of caution, the Ohio Radiation Control Bureau has suspended the use of produced water as a de-icer, but the product may still be purchased at selected locations.
What is Mr. Noble's reason number 4?
Mr. Noble asserts that consumption of radium-tainted drinking water has resulted in increased cases of childhood sarcoma.
And what is your response to his reason number 4?
Most medical doctors agree that minimal ingestion of radium is not a precursor to Ewing sarcoma.
And does the American Cancer, is there any, let me back up. Is there any support for Mr. Noble's assertion regarding Ewing sarcoma?
The American Cancer Society has stated there is no known lifestyle-related or environmental cause of Ewing's tumors. Mr. Noble concedes that doctors have not identified any risk factor for Ewing sarcoma.
What is the 5th reason that Mr. Noble objects to this rule?
Mr. Noble asserts the dangers of flowback and its impact on oil field workers is still largely unexamined. He bases this on anecdotal conversations with oil field workers that have alleged illness or medical issues related to their employment in the oil business.
And what is your response to Mr. Noble's 5th reason?
Mr. Noble doesn't check with oil field experts or medical professionals to validate the anecdotal stories he related in his book.
Is pertinent training provided for workers in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, petroleum companies require strict adherence to safety procedures. Most have an environmental health and safety officer whose sole job is to oversee safety in the workplace. Oil companies further require at least a 4-hour norm training course and a 3-hour transportation safety course.
And what is Mr. Noble's reason number 6 for his opposition to discharge of treated produced water?
Mr. Noble's reason number 6 is that uranium mill tailings are contaminating land and contributing to contamination of infant formula drawn from cow's milk.
And what is your response to Mr. Noble's reason number 6?
There's 3 considerations. Produced water wells and impoundments are not at all similar to large tailings piles from uranium mines and mills. Today, all uranium mining in the U.S. is done by in situ leaching. The production area is confined to a well field. There's no tailings to blow around in the wind. Norm is not in any way similar to that described as described. As in leach mining, oil and gas norm is not similar to a large uranium mill tailings pile.
And Mr. Noble's reason number 7?
Mr. Noble asserts saltwater disposal wells rely on outdated, scientifically unfounded, and dangerous disposal techniques.
And do you have a response to his testimony about saltwater disposal wells?
Well, I don't believe saltwater disposal wells are an issue in this proceeding. It's my understanding that in New Mexico, saltwater disposal wells are regulated by the Oil Conservation Division.
Can you summarize your understanding of Mr. Noble's testimony regarding his point 8?
So my impression of Mr. Noble's testimony at point 8 was to summarize his opinion that reduced water leads to contamination of waterways and generates a litany of environmental and health issues for New Mexico. Mexicans, excuse me.
And what is your response to number 8?
So as set out in my testimony, I believe Mr. Noble's conclusions are unfounded. Naturally occurring radioactive material in produced water, when properly treated, may be handled in a manner that is not detrimental to the health and safety of New Mexicans. There are known and tested treatment technologies that can render produced water suitable for discharge to the environment. Moreover, New Mexico has strict requirements for managing norm resulting from oil and gas production.
Does the state currently regulate naturally occurring radioactive material in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, they do. Those rules are set out in 20.3.14 New Mexico Administrative Code entitled Naturally Occurring Radioactive Materials in the Oil and Gas Industry.
Will you also be presenting rebuttal testimony today?
Yes,
Did you review the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Vingosh?
I did. Yes.
And what is your understanding of Dr. Vingosh's testimony regarding radioactive material in produced water?
Dr. Vingosh is not opposed to the discharge of produced water, provided it's treated adequately using existing and adequate technologies to remove radium.
And what is your response?
I concur with Dr. Vingosh. To the extent that produced water is properly treated, there's no reason that it cannot be used for other purposes.
Have you also reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Gom and Ms. Murphy?
Yes, I have. In particular, I reviewed his written rebuttal testimony on page 4, lines 11 through 13.
And what is your understanding of Mr. Gom's testimony there?
Mr. Gom states that radium-226 and 228 are not measured or associated using reliable data because operators can fluid, oil, and gas water contaminants data to be trade secrets.
And what is your response to that testimony?
While some constituents in frac fluids might be trade secrets, the presence of radium and other radionuclides is not. With respect to the occurrence of naturally occurring radioactive material in oil and gas production, there are a number of recent studies presented in the Health Physics Journal that address specifically norm in oil and gas exploration and production. Additionally, the National Council on Radiation Protection recently issued commentary C9 in 2020 that addresses the occurrence of norm in the oil and gas industry.
And have you also reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Noble and Ms. Murphy?
Yes, I have.
What is your understanding of Mr. Noble's rebuttal testimony?
Mr. Noble discusses 3 incidents that occurred in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic states.
And what is your response to that testimony?
I believe those examples are the result of a failure of the operators to comply with the existing rules.
And in your review of Ms. Murphy's testimony, you looked at in her exhibit 178 at pages 15 to 16, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And what is your understanding of Ms. Murphy's testimony there?
Like Mr. Noble, Ms. Murphy relies on studies performed in Pennsylvania.
And what is your response to their testimony about Pennsylvania?
The radium levels in Pennsylvania are order of magnitudes higher than those encountered in New Mexico.
Mr. Noble alleged in his testimony yesterday, he testified about a written safety policy and procedure to an oil field worker. He said that worker responded that he had never seen that particular document, and upon showing the document to his fellow workers, they responded they had never seen the document. Mr. Noble further suggested this indicated a lack of environmental health and safety training for oil field workers. Do you recall Mr. Noble's testimony in this regard?
Yeah, I believe the document that Mr. Noble allegedly showed to a worker was a high-level policy document that provides the basis for company training plans. I would not have expected a field employee to have seen or read that document before. Normally, documents provided to field employees are a distillation of the type of document that Mr. Noble was discussing.
Again, in his testimony yesterday, Mr. Noble, in response to my question about radium in a nuclear power reactor, said he was not aware of any such emission. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Noble, I think, was generally correct. The fact is, nuclear reactors are not a source of radium emissions. However, radium effluents are associated with other industrial facilities. For instance, municipal treatment plants are an example. Ion exchange units are commonly used to remove radium to bring raw water into compliance with the EPA's 5 picocurie per liter drinking water standard. When the ion exchange units are backwashed, radium will be discharged to a holding pond or effluent tank and released to a river or stream when the effluent is less than 60 picocuries per liter.
Yesterday, Mr. Noble also said that disposal options for NORM are limited, expensive, and difficult. What is your opinion on that?
Low-level radioactive waste is defined and regulated by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission under their regulatory standards. NORM is regulated by the individual states. Disposal of NORM is much less difficult and much less expensive than the disposal of low-level radioactive waste.
Mr. Noble also suggested that companies do not emphasize environmental or employee health and safety in the oil field or at plants where oil field NORM is processed for disposal. What is your experience in this regard?
My experience is different. I find oil and gas companies to be emphasizing safety. It's true that not all employees will comply with all the strict requirements, but that's not because the companies don't care or don't do their best to enforce safety standards.
Mr. Noble also suggested yesterday that companies that process and dispose of oil and gas NORM have a record of abandoning their facilities, leaving the facility contaminated with NORM and harming local individuals and the environment. What are your thoughts regarding that testimony?
While there are two facilities, one in West Virginia and one in Ohio, that have gone bankrupt and have been abandoned by their operators, that's not a common issue. Facilities in those states did result in the need for state-funded cleanup. To my knowledge, there's no such facilities in New Mexico. The New Mexico Radiation Control Bureau has requirements for financial assurance set out in 20.3.3.311 and 14.14.C, excuse me.
Mr. Noble also expressed his worry that OSHA, the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration, doesn't do its part to protect workers that encounter NORM in the oil and gas industry.
Once again, the New Mexico radiation protection rules address worker safety throughout. Section 20.3.10 is entitled Notices, Instructions, and Reports to Workers, Inspections. Specifically, that section specifically requires licensed entities, including oil and gas operators, to ensure proper instruction of workers, to provide for safe possession and use of radioactive material, and to protect workers' rights during agency inspections.
And what should companies be doing to protect their workers in the way of protective gear?
Oil and gas operators provide their workers not only with proper instruction, but when required, they provide protective safety equipment, including respirators, TLD or OSL badges, if radiation levels indicate the need for such things, or radiation detectors and instructions on how to use those detectors.
Finally, to clarify, you're testifying only with respect to the presence of radioactivity in produced water, correct?
That's correct.
You are not offering any opinions as to treatment or discharge with respect to other constituents of produced water. Is that right?
Excuse me. That is correct.
And then we have one final slide. Could you please just summarize your conclusion for the commissioners?
There's no reason to prohibit the discharge of treated water due to naturally occurring radioactive material, as the existing technologies are adequate to remove radium so that it poses no hazard to any person or the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. That concludes my questions for Mr. Jacoby. I'd like to move for admission of NMOGA exhibits numbers 12, 14, and 117.
Sorry, 12, 14, and 170.
117.
117?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any objections? I'll pause here for a moment in the event any other party objects. Oh, all right. 12, 14, and 117 are admitted. We're ready for questions from the commission. Ms. Shaheen, we're ready for questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So start on this side. Commissioner Vihel.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brankard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. So I'm straight. Right at the end, you said you're not offering any position on any other contaminants other than naturally occurring radioactive material.
That's correct.
Okay, so the statement then in one of your slides that says any contaminants in the produced water can be readily treated with existing technologies which render the water suitable for discharge to surface water or groundwater. That's not your statement.
Thank you for clarifying that. I meant any available technology to treat radioactive material. I wasn't talking about any other contaminant. Thank you.
And to be fair, that slide may be talking about NMOGA's position about all the.
Well, that's true. Thank you.
All right. So you have referenced one exhibit, Exhibit 117. And I went and looked for that. What appears on our website is kind of a summary of data collection. And then I had to link to a website. Then I had to download the data.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not a paper. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
It's not a paper. It's not a published paper. It's just data.
I think it's published data. It's available for people to view.
But it's not a paper in the
Not
sense that someone's
peer reviewed.
analyzing data and it's been peer reviewed and all that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's okay. I thought maybe I was missing something as I bounced around the
No,
internet.
sir, I should have referred to it as a data set, maybe.
It's a data set. That's what it is. Okay, and there appeared to be about. I saw when I went through the data about 10 or so samples of radium.
Probably more than that. I think if you scroll from to the
10 or
right,
12,
there's
yeah.
more.
226 and 228. And so in your slides, you reference that the regulatory limit is what, 60 picocuries per liter?
That is the limit for releasing to surface waters or groundwater.
Okay. And so looking at this data, all the way you get to the right of the screen, they add them all up and create a mean and whatever. And you probably don't have it in front of you, but I saw the mean as 237.64 picocuries per liter in these samples.
237
Yeah.
picocuries per liter. In the waste or in the environment, if you will.
Right. So that's
not the release limit.
That's almost 4 times the limit.
Yes, I would need to get that paper in front of me. I don't think they're discussing the release limit. I think they're discussing what was in the water sample when they took it.
Right.
It's not unusual to have higher.
But if you release that to the environment, then you would be above the limit.
Perhaps.
Untreated.
Perhaps. I'd have to go back and look at the data set.
And so it's your position then that there are treatments that can reduce that number down to below 60.
Oh, absolutely.
Gentlemen, just be sure not to talk over one another.
Okay, we're getting excited here.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bayless, do you have questions? You do not. Chair Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Commissioner Brankard, for the excitement. I have several questions. So the only data that you presented on the radioactive constituents in produce water is from that paper by Zhang et al. Was published in the Journal of Hazardous Materials.
Actually, I reviewed several papers. That one's jumped out at me because I didn't see it in Mrs. Murphy's testimony. That was the
Yeah.
only reason I listed that one specifically.
And in my opinion, it's an excellent paper. But there is, so my question of your testimony is, there are, I think, 46 analyses in that paper. And you're aware of other analyses of RADs in produce water, Permian Basin produce water, that you're basing your testimony on, but they're not cited in your testimony.
I have reviewed other papers on produced water in the Permian Basin in particular because there's a lot of research going on in Texas in that regard. I have to say I reviewed them. They're not published. They haven't been peer reviewed, so I didn't cite them in my testimony.
I can cut to the chase. My question is, are the data reported by Jang et al. Representative of the information you've seen?
I think they're on the lower end, but I believe that they do represent those samples that were taken, those 46 plus
46.
samples. I think there's another paper where I think it was Dr. Who reported 469 picocuries per liter on the average.
Yes. For radium-226, they're reporting an average of 237, a max of 976, and a min of near zero. So, but we're not going to be surprised with numbers like they're reporting out of the Marcellus of many thousands.
I would be surprised in the Permian. Marcellus is the highest in the nation. And if I was producing oil and gas in New Mexico and I was writing rules to protect the public, I wouldn't think there's going to be 20,000 picocuries per liter in produced water.
Thank you. We've heard public expressions of concern about plutonium, polonium, thorium. I'm looking at Dr. Zhang's data. Here they got U-238, a mean of 0.17 picocuries per liter, a max of 0.17, and a minimum of 0.17, which implies to me that there's only one sample that tested positive for 238, uranium-238. Similarly, they reported the same numbers for plutonium-238, 0.17 picocuries per liter. Again, apparently only one analysis because there's no statistics.
Did you say plutonium-238?
Plutonium-238.
That's not norm. It's unusual to see that in a sample.
Would you expect it in produce water?
I would not. It may be a contaminant from weapons testing or something, but
in produce water,
I can't imagine where else it would come from. It's just not a naturally occurring radioactive material.
No, it's not. Could it possibly be
maybe it's
lab error?
It would be uranium-238. I was just saying maybe it's plutonium-238. Maybe that should have been uranium-238. I don't know.
I wonder if it could be a laboratory error.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's an error.
Yeah, and I'm just focusing on that because the public has expressed concerns about constituents that you really wouldn't expect to see. That being a classic example. Can you describe, excuse me, can you describe the regulatory exemptions for radioactive materials in oil and gas waste?
Well, the exemptions are set out in the radiation protection rules. And, I don't have those in front of me, but and I'm kind of reluctant to state them from memory, but normally it's about 30 picocuries per gram, I think that's not correct. 5 picocuries per gram is exempt. That's a high level for soil. And like I said, 5 picocuries per liter for drinking water, 60 picocuries per liter to be discharged to rivers. And if I may, while you're talking about that, I've been here for a couple of days, and I hear a lot of confusion, I think, about the drinking water limit. That is not the limit for radium in water that's not meant to be drinking water. River water or surface impoundments can have higher levels of radium in the groundwater. It's when you take it out of the river or out of the lake and you send it to the public to drink that water, it can't be any greater than 5 picocuries per liter.
Thank you. And that was one of the misunderstandings I was hoping we could clear up a little bit. So I appreciate that. But there's also an exemption. Mr. Noble testified that there's an exemption, I think under Atomic Energy Act or the NRC regulations for oil and gas. Are you aware of that?
Oh, there's something called the Bevel Amendment that says
yes.
Yes. And that says that oil and gas regulation is exempt from Environmental Protection Agency regulations.
They're completely exempt.
And I think it relates primarily to the RCRA side of the house. Although at the national level, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission does not regulate NORM. NORM is regulated by the states, including NORM in produced water.
Yes, thank you. Do they also?
Let me clarify that.
Please.
NORM resulting from produced water. If you produce water with radioactivity in it, and then you contaminate a land surface or a building or something else, that is regulated. Water itself is not.
And then if you concentrate the norm by a treatment process, exchange or reverse osmosis or something,
Correct.
that then becomes T-norm. Is that correct?
That is regulated.
And identify T-norm for the record.
I'm glad you brought that up. NORM is naturally occurring radioactive material. In the business, there's something called T-norm, which is technologically enhanced, naturally occurring radioactive material. Any process that increases the amount or changes the character of naturally occurring norm would be called technologically enhanced norm.
Thank you. So if a company constructed a treatment process to desalinate the produced water, let's say it's reverse osmosis, and they would generate residual requiring disposal. And Dr. Vengosh talked about it quite a bit. Mr. Noble talked about it as well. The residuals from the treatment. And that would almost certainly contain both the radioactive constituents, but it would also contain some of the hazardous constituents like arsenic, iron, manganese, sulfate, whatever. And how would the industry handle that concentrated waste?
Well, I'm not here to talk about anything other than radioactive material, but I work on a lot of uranium mines where they use reverse osmosis to clean up water before they return it to the field. I've also worked on municipal water supplies where they use ion exchangers to produce water less than 5 picocuries per liter so people can drink it. With respect to reverse osmosis, as you know, the membrane traps, if you will, some of the hazardous constituents and lets clean water flow through. What you do is you flush the RO system. Usually about 25% of the water will be flushed off to an effluent stream, and that'll go to a disposal well. And then, of course, the clean water goes forward. If that single RO unit doesn't clean the water adequately, you can have RO units in a train, one right after the other to get to the radium concept, the radioactive concentration down below where you want it. Same thing with ion exchange units. You can do the same. You can put ion exchange units in series to reduce the water to the level that you're looking for.
So it'd be multiple stages, which is real common for for many treatment processes, which are treating highly contaminated solutions.
It is. Most of the municipal treatment systems I've worked on use 4 ion exchangers.
Yes. So my question is, the concentrate from that treatment process, can that be disposed of in a saltwater disposal well?
No. It's an interesting question, but I think not, because it would no longer be produced water. It would be effluents from a treatment system. That would be either a water treatment system or in a uranium mine. You're dealing with produced water to begin with.
It would.
I'm sorry.
The concentrate from a treatment process would be considered T-norm, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking if you wanted to take produced water, clean it up, turn it into municipal drinking water, I think the effluent stream would be T-norm. I think that's correct.
But it would also
think about that one.
Yeah, and then it would also have high concentrations of hazardous metals like arsenic.
It could.
So would it then be classified as a mixed waste?
Not normally. If the chemicals are naturally occurring and the radioactivity is naturally occurring, it's not really considered mixed waste. At least in a uranium mine, for instance, it goes down a disposal well. Nobody calls it mixed waste.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, Mr. Jacoby, for your testimony today. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. In your rebuttal testimony for Mr. Noble, you referred to some of his testimony about OSHA and impact to workers in the oil fields or other places. So with that foundation, and I don't know if you heard Mr. Noble's testimony, but in response to some of the questioning, he suggested or recommended that the WQCC insert safety standards for workers within this proposed rule. Are you aware if the WQCC has authority over worker safety?
The NMED, Bureau of Radiation Control, I think it is, has responsibility for worker safety. The primary responsibility for worker safety lies with the oil and gas company. The Bureau of Radiation Control standards in the state of New Mexico set the standards for what you must do and how you must provide a radiation safety program, and specifically speaks to oil and gas operations in 20.3.14. So I'd say the licensee has primary responsibility, and the Bureau of Radiation Control inspects to make sure they carry out their responsibilities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacoby. That concludes my question.
Thank you. Vice Chair Armstrong.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patton.
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I have a couple questions. Following up on Chair Thompson's questions related to, I think it was referred to as T-norm, or the whatever it is you would pull out of treated water. How would you dispose of that at a facility?
Well, in a municipal water supply situation, for instance, if you take raw water, you run it through an ion exchanger, it removes the radium. It's the purpose of the ion exchanger. Every now and then you have to backwash the ion exchanger to take the radium out. That goes to a holding tank, and the radium will go with it to the holding tank. After a while, you can remove the water from that holding tank because the radium sediments will fall to the bottom. You can take those out with a vac truck or something, suck them out, dewater those solids, if you will, send those to a disposal site. There are disposal sites in Texas that can take that type of waste. New Mexico is in the Rocky Mountain Compact, so NORM has to go to a disposal site in Colorado, for instance. But there are disposal sites that take those waste products. If the water going through the surge tank is not clean enough, at least on one project I worked on, there was a settling pond where the water would go and settle, sit there. The solids would settle to the bottom of the pond. The clean water below 60 picocuries per liter could then be discharged to a river. Every now and then, and of course, you sample, right, to see what the radiation levels are. When they get too high, or when you just think you need to do work on the settling pond or on the surge tank, you can take the sediments out, dewater them, ship them for disposal.
Okay. Okay, and then we've heard a lot of testimony from the public expressing concerns about, and I'm going to limit it just to NORM in this case, a certain concentration. If someone were to purchase that treated produced water and use it for irrigation or something like that, it could persist in the environment. I haven't really heard anything about the half-life of NORM or radium-226 or 228. So how long would it persist? Let's say an individual were to have a farm and they were to use that treated produced water for a certain amount of time. Is that something that could persist there for a long time or short term?
Well, radium-226 has a half-life of 5,200 years, so it sticks around for a while.
I'm sorry,
5,000 years.
5,000 years. Okay.
5,200 years, I believe. Here's the deal, though. Under the regulations of the Radiation Control Bureau in New Mexico and in other states, anytime you have a well for whatever purpose, oil and gas production, water production, uranium mining, class 3 injection well of any sort, you have to survey when you decommission that facility. And if anything on the ground is greater than 5 picocuries per liter, you have to clean it up. The existing rules do not allow you to just leave that on the ground. And you can clean it up by, you can either plow it in the ground. The rule, another rule that hasn't been talked about here is the 5 picocuries per liter rule for 5 picocuries per gram for soil. That's in the first 6 inches or 15 centimeters of the surface of the ground. Below that 15 centimeters, and every 15 centimeters below that, it could be 15 picocuries per gram. It's called the 5-15 rule. So what a lot of companies will do is you survey, and if you see hot spots, you go out, you plow that ground, and you turn the soil over so that the surface is less than 5. And if you do that, you can release it for unrestricted use.
And that would be for a treatment facility, but not necessarily the source or the final destination of that treated produced water.
That can be the source of where it was generated. If it's at the well site, when you decommission the well, you survey around to make sure you haven't contaminated the surface. You plow it, you can excavate it, dig it up, put it in drums, ship it for disposal if you want to. But if you can plow it and turn the surface in the first 15 centimeters to less than 5 picocuries per gram, that meets the rules. And that's based on analyses done to show that below 5 picocuries per gram, there is no significant hazard to cattle, to people, to anybody.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fry.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Go to the platform, Commissioner Rosatos.
Madam Hearing Officer, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner McWilliams.
I have no questions.
All right. Thank you. Let's turn then to questioning by the parties. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of the witness?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jacoby. I'm Liz Taylor. I represent Select Water Solutions in this proceeding. I got lost in the science between you and Chair Thompson about RO and what you do with the resulting products. I just want to ask a couple questions about that. So let's say that you have, and I think you address it with Commissioner Patton concerning municipal wastewater treatment, where you take the radium through RO and what you do with that. But for produced water, if you have a recycling facility that removes the radium, you've got sort of within, as I understand it from testimony earlier, that when you treat produced water, you end up with a clean water source or clean water part, and then a wastewater part. Is that fair understanding of what's going on?
In a processing facility?
Yes, sir.
You can. That's one thing that does happen.
Okay, so the water that has been cleaned goes on to its other use, whatever that might be. And I just want to talk about what I'm going to call the waste stream that comes after processing, recycling, treating produced water. And it has radium in it, and it has concentrated radium in it, because that's the point of the treatment, is to concentrate the contaminants in a waste stream, right?
That's the result of the processing, yes.
Okay. Then for that waste stream, what happens to it?
Well, if it's dilute enough, you can put it down a disposal well into a salt cavern, for instance. There's a lot of disposal wells in Texas that do that very thing.
Just when you say it's dilute enough, what's the level that's dilute enough?
If it's going into a salt cavern, I don't think there's any particular upper limit. I presume the lower limit might be 5 picocuries per liter, but I don't know why you would send produced water for treatment if it was at that level anyway.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I just couldn't hear it.
So if you send water to a processing facility, as you say, the clean water goes off, that could be some limit, 5 picocuries per liter. The residual water that you have, the wastewater, in a lot of these facilities, it simply goes down a disposal well. It doesn't get further treatment for further release. If it's full of a lot of solids and a little bit of water, they'll treat that waste to drive off the water, if you will, convert it into a solid, and then dispose of it in a disposal site of some sort.
Go ahead.
Most produced water treatment now goes down into a disposal well. There's not many landfills that accept oil and gas norm.
So does, and again, I'm got a little lost in the science, but would that residual water include what you call T norm?
I wouldn't call it T norm. I think it'd be norm.
So it can go in a saltwater disposal well?
I'm sorry.
So it can be disposed of in a saltwater disposal well?
Yes. At least in Texas, for sure.
Do you know about New Mexico?
I don't know about New Mexico.
Would you expect it to be similar?
I think it probably would be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cox?
No questions for this witness.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Hightower. He may have exited. Mr. Davis?
Hi, Mr. Jacoby. My name is Tim Davis. I represent Wild Earth Guardians in this matter. And I wanted to focus on page 6 of your rebuttal. That's NMOGA 000166.
Papers here. I need to- Okay, we have it here now.
Specifically on line 104 through 106, you testified about the resulting wastewater stream could be injected to an underground formation and the resulting solids sent to a suitable facility for disposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've actually been testifying over the last several minutes in response to questions from the commission and the parties about the waste stream. So when I refer to the waste stream, we're talking about what is not the treated effluent. Is that correct?
What is not?
Sorry, let me rephrase the question. I just want to make sure when I'm talking about the waste stream that you and I are talking about the same thing. This is what is left over from the raw water that is not the treated water. Does that make sense?
The raw water prior to treatment.
So you start with raw produced water and you're resulted with treated produced water. And then there's a separate waste stream. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're a lawyer, correct? Are you familiar with the body of law that we would call hazardous waste law?
With respect to radioactivity, I am. Yes.
And I believe in response to a question from the chair earlier, you referenced RCRA.
Presume I did.
Can you tell me what RCRA is?
Source conservation.
And that law is the federal law that defines what gets classified as a hazardous waste.
That's correct.
And that law governs the disposal of hazardous waste, among other things, but it does govern how hazardous waste is disposed of.
That's correct.
Do you agree that this proposed rule cannot govern how a waste stream would be disposed of if it classifies as a hazardous waste under RCRA?
I'm not sure I understand you fully, but I don't believe that's correct.
I believe you testified earlier in response to a question from the chair that once treated, the concentrated waste stream is no longer produced water. Is that a fair statement of your earlier testimony?
If I understand you correctly, I think that's correct.
So if it's no longer produced water, it could be classified as hazardous waste under RCRA.
Coming out of a processing plant, maybe so. But I think you're raising an interesting point here because in Texas, radioactive material that is below the exemption limit, below at least 30 picocuries per gram in Texas, goes to a RCRA disposal cell because it's not radioactive, but it is hazardous. So it's allowed to go to a RCRA disposal cell above 30 peaks per gram. Usually they send it down a byproduct disposal well or a low-level waste disposal site.
So you would agree that the waste stream from treating produced water could be subject to RCRA?
It is not normally subject to RCRA, but if you're looking for a disposal option and there is no other option, if you can get it below exempt levels, so it's not considered radioactive under the, at least in New Mexico, 20.3.14, it could go to a RCRA cell. Doesn't have to, it can go to a low-level waste cell.
Are you familiar with the oil and gas exploration and production exemption, also known as the E&P exemption to RCRA?
I am.
Do you agree that this proposed rule does not determine whether a certain waste is subject to that exemption?
If it's E&P waste, it is subject to the exemption.
Do you agree that this rule cannot make that determination? This proposed rule would not determine whether a waste is subject to the E&P exemption.
I really would have to go back and read the rule again a little closer and think about it from that viewpoint because I fear I would give you a wrong answer if I answered it off the top of my head.
Would you agree that RCRA would determine whether a waste is subject to the E&P exemption and the body of case law and regulations that are associated with RCRA?
Well, the Bevel Amendment, I think, determines that.
So this rule would not be determinative. This proposed rule or any rule promulgated by the WQCC could not make a determination whether a waste is subject to the E&P exemption.
Like I said, I'd have to spend some time thinking about that. I hate to answer that off the top of my head because I could be wrong. Could be right, but I could be wrong.
Is it your position that a rule promulgated into the New Mexico Administrative Code could supersede the provisions of RCRA?
I think not. But what I really would need to know what you're talking about in terms of the waste stream, how you propose to dispose of it, and I need a lot more technical data than to just answer that question very broadly.
Have you ever authored a peer review study?
Not recently, no.
But you have before?
I have before, earlier in my career.
Could you identify that for me, please?
Probably not. It's been 30, 40 years ago. I couldn't.
Have you ever been a consultant for Lotus LLC?
I have.
When was that?
I'm still a consultant for them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You're
I still
currently.
consult with Lotus LLC.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Davis. Ms. Nanasi? That's fine. Ms. Fox?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jacoby. My name is Anna Fox, and I represent Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club in this proceeding. Thank you for your testimony. In your written testimony and in your oral testimony today, you referred to Dr. Who's testimony, his direct testimony, that produced water samples from the Permian Basin in a published article had a mean total radium concentration of 469.3 picocuries per liter, correct?
Correct.
And the article that you cited to in your testimony and actually referred to today is NMED Exhibit 140, entitled Characterization of Produced Water and Surrounding Surface Water in the Permian Basin, the United States, correct?
If that's the exhibit that was cited in, I think, Dr. Who's testimony, then that's correct.
Do you want to check that and look on page
I really would like to check that.
10 on your testimony?
And I'd like to see what that exhibit is. I don't know if I can find that quickly. Give me a
If you
second.
look on page 10 of your testimony, lines 189
Oh, good.
through 191.
Thank you. Yes, yes. So that's correct. On page, on 190, it refers to exhibit 140. Thank you.
Let me give you this. This might be helpful to you. This is from page 4 of that article, NMED Exhibit 140, that I'm going to give to you.
Need to blow these articles up for an old man here.
For anyone. And I believe these numbers have already been referred to in questions from the commission, but the article states on page 4 that, quote, these results also show a large temporal variation between produced water samples from 2.56 to 576 picocuries per liter for radium-228, and from 0.74 to 970 picocuries per liter for radium-226 in sampling point 2. Do you recall that information from the article that you cited to?
No, I'm reading it. I see it here.
Water quality standards for radium are often expressed in terms of concentrations of radium-226 plus radium-228, correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, because the predominant of the radionuclide is radium-226, which has a much longer half-life. Radium-228 has a much shorter half-life. And the ratio or proportion of the two may tell you something about the aquifer or the formation where the radium came from.
And you point out in your written testimony, and you did today in your oral testimony, that the EPA drinking water standard for radium is 5 picocuries per liter, correct?
That's correct.
And that standard is for any combination of radium-226 and 228 in drinking water, correct?
That's correct.
5 picocuries per liter combined radium-226 and 228 is the standard in New Mexico for domestic water supply under the surface water quality standards and for the human health groundwater standard, correct?
Say that again. I'm sorry, for the
2 standards in New Mexico have 5 picocuries as the standard. One is in the surface water standards for domestic water supply, and the other in the groundwater quality standards for human health.
right. And like I said earlier, that is for the drinking water. That's the drinking water standard. That's not the standard for the raw water coming out of a stream or being pumped out of a well in the ground.
Are you not familiar with the surface water quality standards in New Mexico? I was referring to both the surface water quality standards and the groundwater quality standards. You may not be familiar with them.
Well, I'd like to read it in context because that's inconsistent with EPA standards, if that's the case.
The standard for domestic water supply under the surface water quality standards is at 20.6.4 900J1 NMAC is the context.
Well, I haven't, like I said, I like to read it myself
Okay.
and think it through because that is inconsistent with the EPA standard. If that's the case, I suspect there's got to be more to that puts it in context.
Okay, so you just don't know the answer. That's fine.
No, it's not that I'm not answering it. It's that
No, I said you don't know the answer. I didn't say you weren't answering.
Thank you.
Now, in your written testimony and in your oral testimony today, you referred to NMOGA Exhibit 117, which is the data set associated with NMED Exhibit 140 that we've talked about, correct?
Right.
And your testimony on page 7, you cite to the web page, and we've talked about the related data already. You cite to the web page with related data.
One second.
Sure.
On
Page 7. Lines 133 and 134. You there?
Yes.
There you cite to a web page with related data underlying the sampling of the produced water that was done in the Permian, correct? Specifically, I'm referring to line 134.
Are you referring to the link there? The link?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
On line 134. Okay, so I passed out and I put in the Dropbox what's marked as Exhibit ABSC, Exhibit 18, which is part of the data set that you cited to.
That's correct.
And do you see in that exhibit the highlighted portions? showing that from sample 12. I believe you said that there were, you either said 10 or 12 samples during a presentation or during response to a question, showing that sample 12 from sampling point 2 detected 970 picocuries per liter of radium-226 and 576 picocuries per liter of radium-228.
That's correct.
And those two numbers are consistent with what's reported in the article NMED 140 itself, correct?
I believe they are, yes.
And because those detections come from the same sample, you would add them together to get total radium, correct?
That's correct.
In your rebuttal testimony to Dr. Lewis's testimony on page 6 at the beginning, lines 92 through 98.
Yes.
And again, this is in rebuttal to Dr. Lewis's testimony. You're asked, what is NMOGA's position on the presence of naturally occurring radioactive material in produced water? And you respond that NMOGA opposes a regulatory prohibition on the discharge of untreated or treated produced water to surface or groundwater because any contaminants in the produced water, including NORM, can be readily treated with existing technologies which render the water suitable for discharge to surface water or groundwater, correct?
Correct.
And that is NMOGA's position. It's not yours because, as you discussed with Commissioner Brankard, you're not rendering any opinion, and as you said yourself, you're not rendering any opinion on the treatment of contaminants other than NORM, correct?
That's correct.
And so on the next page, page 7, when you say, you're asked, rather, at line 117, what is your recommendation to the WQCC? And you say the proposed Rule 8 should be amended to permit the discharge of produced water to surface water or groundwater following treatment as necessary to reduce contaminants, including NORM, to acceptable levels, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And again, you don't offer any opinion whatsoever on what treatment is necessary to reduce the other contaminants.
That's correct. I'm here to talk about radioactive material.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Let's see, Ms. Anasi. Oh, yes.
It's not all I have because I'd like to move to introduce ABSC Exhibit 18.
18.
And can I object?
I'm
Your Honor, I
sorry.
object to.
Okay. Excuse me. Commissioner Brankard, I didn't hear what you said. I was about to pause for a moment to see if there was any objection. Did you have something to
And
say?
I jumped in and said, can I object?
Can you object? All right. First, let me ask the parties first. Mr. Maxwell, what's the basis for your objection?
Yes, I object to the entrance of this exhibit as it has not been provided to me pursuant to the rulemaking process of subsection 302A in the rules for this proceeding. And simply putting it into the Dropbox is insufficient as parties are not notified of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other party objections? Commissioner Brankard, tell me your objection.
Well, I believe this is the data set from exhibit that you get to through exhibit 117. Is that correct?
Correct. And the citation for that data set is in Mr. Jacoby's testimony. He cites to the data set. He gives the link for that data set.
Right. But this is not the data set.
It is part of the
It's
data
just a snapshot of part of data set.
It is part of the data set. He affirmed it was part of the data set.
Right, but you're missing the entire next part of this page, which is what I was citing from, which when you get to it gives you minimum, maximum, mean, etc. for all these.
Well, two responses to that. I'm not sure that's correct, but if it is, I'd be glad to supplement with the complete data set of from that particular Excel spreadsheet.
That would be helpful. Otherwise, I think this is somewhat misleading.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell, in response to your objection, the information is already in the record because it was part of the data set that NMOGA already has. What Ms. Fox has done for the purposes of a cross-examination exhibit is to take one snapshot from the data set that's already in the record. So the objection is overruled, conditional on Ms. Fox providing the remainder of the snapshot.
Sure. And I would just like to point out, as I already have, but for purposes of for exhibits for cross-examination, no notice is required. We are allowed to pass them out at the time of hearing. The functional equivalent of that for parties who are appearing virtually and not in person is to drop them in the Dropbox. There's no prejudice to Mr. Maxwell because he gets it in the Dropbox versus me passing it out to council here.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Thank you, Commissioner Brankard. I'm sorry? Yes. Ms. Anasi. Why is that? Well, okay. So we're all exhausted, Ms. Anasi. I trust that you had some understanding of Mr. Jacoby's testimony since his rebuttal was pre-filed, and that. Oh yeah, you need to get to a microphone.
I absolutely have had Mr. Jacoby's rebuttal for a while. The issue is that we were told a completely different order for the NMOGA witnesses, which I was thinking that was going to go with Mr. McCurdy next. And so I'm completely prepared for Mr. McCurdy and not as prepared for Mr. Jacoby. And we also started with Mr. D'Antonio and then stopped. And we also thought he was going to go before Mr. Jacoby. And so I'm just asking for that. It's after 5 o'clock. Wanted to know if we can start tomorrow morning. I'm happy to be ready by then.
So I understand. Hold on. Let me ask Mr. Knight one question. Mr. Knight, would you have questions of Mr. Jacoby?
I do.
He said that I do. So, Ms. Anasi, I'm going to take Mr. Knight first, and I would just encourage you to center yourself for examination. Mr. Knight, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, members of the commission, Mr. Jacoby, good evening. I believe you may know who I am from from being here today. I do. Dispense with introductions and just go right into it. The reference to limits that you had on your PowerPoint presentation illustrated effluent limits for radium, correct?
Correct.
To clarify, the regulation that you cited these limits from are the standards for protection against radiation as adopted through the Environmental Improvement Board. Is that right?
That's right.
And they're not the state's surface water quality standards or the ground and surface water quality protection regulations as adopted by this commission, correct? Those effluent limits
As adopted by Works Commission, the standards I cited are in the New Mexico Administrative Code, 20.3.14.461, I think. It sets out the limits, and I may have the right citation. I hope I do, but that is the effluent limits for radium-226. That's cited in the rules for oil and gas, regulating oil and gas operations in New Mexico.
And radiation protection rules are not surface water quality standards, correct?
The standards I cited those are the effluent limits. That is what you can discharge to a surface water body.
And they are not groundwater quality standards, correct?
I think I would have to agree with that.
The RCB regulations that you cited apply by their terms only to operations within the oil and gas industry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So those regulations.
Well, wait a minute. That is not correct. That standard, I think, is in 20.3.3.416. It's in a different section of the rules. The section that applies to the oil and gas industry is 20.3.14, I believe, but it references the rules in a different section. And I think those standards apply to all licensees and are consistent with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission effluent limits.
All right. Let's see. And for clarification, the exemption for produced water that you mentioned is an exemption under RCRA subsection C. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again.
The exemption for produced water that you mentioned in your testimony is an exemption under RCRA subsection C. Is that correct?
At the federal level, but at the state level, there's a specific rule in your administrative code that says produced water is exempt from regulation by the Bureau of Control.
You stated that the average exposure of radiation is 620 millirem per year. Is that the right number?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It comes from the International Commission on Radiation Protection.
But that is of an average person, correct?
That's an average.
And while this is sometimes referred to as background, isn't it true that something like 1/2 of that exposure comes from man-made sources?
That's correct.
Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that workers with exposure to materials containing radium over working 40 hours a week all year would be exposed to higher doses than that?
Perhaps it really would depend on the level of radium in the facility where they're working, how close they are to the source of the radioactivity, and a lot of other factors.
And isn't it true that people living at higher elevations, such as in New Mexico, that that typically increases radiation exposure, in some cases up to 20 times that at sea level?
That's correct.
Is radiation exposure good for human
health? That is debated constantly. There are some people that believe that a little bit of radiation is good for you. Others believe, as Mr. Noble does, that it's extremely detrimental. On the average, these rules are meant to set limits for proper exposure levels for humans, for people.
I think that's all the questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Ms. Nanasi.
People usually tell me to be quiet.
Charger. Thanks. No, I Good afternoon, Mr. Jacoby. Who were you a registered lobbyist for?
I was a registered lobbyist in Texas for Lotus LLC and also for Waste Control Specialists.
For what? What was the
Waste,
second one?
Waste Control Specialists. They're a company in Texas that disposes of radioactive waste. I was also a registered lobbyist for Lotus LLC. I'm not currently registered.
There's no peer-reviewed study that is listed in your resume, is that right?
That's correct.
Other than the Zhang et al. Report cited in your testimony, are there any other peer-reviewed articles that you rely on?
You know, I read dozens of papers and articles in preparing for this testimony. I did not commit them to memory.
But they're not cited in your testimony, right?
No.
And if you could look at excuse me for 1 second, please. Just one moment.
And while you're doing that, I want to correct something. The last session of the Texas legislature, I was also registered as a lobbyist for Encore Energy. I had forgotten about that.
Could you go to here it is, page 14, and this is where you begin criticizing Mr. Noble's testimony. And one of the criticisms you say is that in the last 4 decades since those reports, and those were published, some of them were peer-reviewed reports, some of them were just industry reports. The oil and gas industry has conducted a huge amount of research on produced water, which you say that you're not testifying about, right? You're just testifying about norm in produced water, correct?
That's correct.
So,
wait a minute, let me see. You're reading 287 to 289?
yes, sir, but I haven't finished that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay, sure, please.
That it's not focused just on. Okay, thank you.
And develop new technologies or adapted old technologies to address the issue of contaminants in produced water, including radium. When you say here that there's a huge amount of research to defend your position regarding norm in produced water, could you please state one peer-reviewed article that you're referring to?
I don't know if I can cite it by its exact title, but there are a number of peer-reviewed papers out there, recent papers. Here's the thing. Let me back up. 100 years ago, they identified norm in oil. They did some research. They did some investigations. It went on for a while. In the last 15 or 20 years, it's become quite an issue. And there's a lot of papers that have been published addressing that, some peer-reviewed, some not. The International Commission on Radiation Protection has done research into this and written articles. The National Commission on Radiation Protection likewise has published papers on norm in the oil and gas industry. The Health Physics Society, there's a number of articles that I happened to look at the other day. I didn't look to see if they were all peer reviewed or not. Normally they are if they go into the Health Physics Journal. In fact, I think they all are. One was by Dave Allard, who was the radiation control officer in Pennsylvania for a long time, who did extensive research on norm in the Marcellus. There were some others that I didn't commit to memory, and I didn't really look to see if they were peer reviewed, but I bet they were, to be honest with you, or they wouldn't have been published in the journal.
So you're asking this commission, you're a lawyer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're asking this commission to rely on your expert testimony based on one article, one peer-reviewed article that says that there's norm that's been found in Permian Basin, in the Permian Basin produced water. Is that right?
That's not right.
It's not right?
I'm here today to talk about radium in produced water generally, based on my own experience, based on articles I've reviewed, based on regulations I've read.
But there's nothing in your testimony.
Excuse me, it's certainly more than one paper.
But there's nothing in your testimony, right?
There is not a reference to peer-reviewed papers, but I can assure you a lot of research went into this.
And you heard Mr. Noble, you heard Dr. Van Gosh, and both of them not only cited, but then presented it, before this commission numerous exhibits. I think Dr. Van Gosh talked about 34 peer-reviewed published articles about produced water. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I didn't hear that, but I know Dr. Van Gosh, and I have respect for the gentleman.
Because he's world renowned, right?
Pardon me?
Because he's world renowned.
I don't know if he's world renowned, but I've had conversations with him, and I think he's a good scientist.
Madam Hearing Officer, can I ask Ms. Jones to pull up an exhibit that I sent to her and that was discussed? It was in Dropbox also, and I would like to talk to Mr. Jacoby about, and that is New Energy Economy 23. Right?
Yeah. This is one of Mr. Noble's articles, I believe, was published in a newspaper.
Into the microphone, please.
Not a journal. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could you please pull up that picture that's in this exhibit on the front first page? This is the company, Lotus LLC, that you've been a consultant for. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And in this article, what's this article about? You're quoted in this article. Is that right?
It might be. I don't know.
Do you know about this article?
I've read the article a long time ago, but I didn't commit it to memory.
Do you know that it accuses Lotus LLC of receiving radioactive waste and then it just being piled up here in the picture that's shown in this image without having properly stored that radioactive material, including that the containers are basically falling apart and rusting and leaking into the earth.
That you've overstated a lot of that. First thing I'd like to do, if you don't mind, is if you can show me where I'm quoted in this article so I can.
Sure.
Because I don't remember what this.
I think it's close to the end. It's basically the last full page of the article. And it's the fourth and third paragraph from the end.
I see it.
Right.
Are you studying it? I see a lot of.
Yeah.
I do a lot of consulting.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to read that?
Yeah. Let me refresh my memory. So it's just those two paragraphs you're referring to.
Those are the two paragraphs that your name appears. Yes.
Right. Thank you. That's correct.
And so what does Lotus LLC do?
Lotus LLC receives waste from the oil industry, cleans vessels, cleans pipes, valves, takes the waste and deposits it downhole into salt caverns.
And it also stores waste, is that right?
It does what?
Stores radioactive waste?
It does not.
It doesn't?
No.
And
the vessels that you see there are going to be decontaminated. That waste is going to be put downhole. That's why they're there.
would you look at Ms. Jones? Could we go to it's a couple of pages from the top of this, and
It's the same articles you're talking about.
I didn't hear what you said.
It's the same articles. That we,
Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Gosh, I always forget. We'll begin at 9 with public comment, and then we will go back to Ms. Nanasi's questioning of Mr. Jacoby. I'm sorry for the interruption.